Present. ŽSSF Slovenia. FEF Spain. FPSA Sudan not present. SNAP Sweden.
This morning we will start with one motion, so we can proceed as displayed with other nominations. Then we will be back to accepting potential candidates to the executive committee. Also, we will finish the agenda in terms of applying members, and then member of the federation, and Samin, who has been attending the general assemblies, I believe, as of Thailand. So it's his third. I would like to open the floor for discussion. We will now take point 5.6, election of the chairperson of Media and Publications for the mandate of 2014-2015. We have received two nominations from ESRA.
Projects and unifying IPSF image on the global and the regional side.
Which I will now display.
Awarded the first place of anti-counterfeit drug poster competition on June 2012. Visual media and marketing. And now I will show you my plan, and I hope it would make difference for IPSF this year. First of all,
Technical from SOP Denmark first? No. Technical? Normal. Okay. SOP.
and then I started my work as International Pharmaceutical Federation in a designing and creative subcommittee with Ms. Alexandra, and
the experience that he has, but if there's anything either that he submitted that shows his capabilities with media publications, like actual designs, that kind of stuff, that either we could pull up online.
okay. As I said before, I worked on many designs, and I
made in the screen, and it will be much more simple.
Okay.
They wanted to see some.
Do you want to have it one more time?
They wanted to see some material.
The Pan American region. Chairperson of Pharmacy Education.
Chairperson of IBSF Eastern Mediterranean Regional Office.
Chairperson of Professional Development and Vice President.
So the IPSF Chairperson of AFRO.
Together we are the IPSF Executive.
Hello CPs. As you might know, we will be using Google Hangout for our first CP meeting.
On the list is IFFWell from Portugal, followed by SOP Denmark. IFFWell? Okay, you have the microphone, and then Denmark.
Good morning, everybody. Irma Gomes, IFFL Portugal. I would like to...
Here.
So, in this case, I will let Ezra answer meanwhile, and we'll see if he will reply.
About my time availability, I've graduated since
Final Cut Pro in design, and if they do have any experience with programming with Swift or Java.
Ezra?
I have experience with all ADAPs.
A point of information, this would also require a change to the official documents as it's fixed in there. CISA PSA, followed by EPSF Egypt.
Yeah, I didn't mention like the official colors.
Rodrigo Simões, IFFL Portugal. I just have a concern because I don't know if it will take more time later on because there are associations that are not present and maybe they will have questions.
Be clear, thank you so much. Next point, 5.9, election of the chairperson of public health. Point of the agenda. Thank you so much. Moving on. Point 5.10 of the agenda, election of the chairperson of student exchange. Ahmed is on the stage and he is now to be given 3 minutes for his oral presentation. You may start. Yeah. Are there any questions or comments? First Romania, followed by CAPSI Canada.
Ask Milan his work.
Can I have your emotion cards, please? There's a technical from Anna France first.
Jeanne, NF.
It's going to help me with like a data package for the students who are coming to their countries, right?
Yes.
So like I said in the OTC surfing, the website would be mainly for those packages. Like every CAO have to submit the data according to his country with all the places that you couldn't visit. And then the participant can like assess, you know,
HASP and just as that was just added to the list.
Like with your resource.
Of association to know what's going wrong with this association.
BPSA UK, followed by ASEP Algeria.
a training. We can ask the professional development in their country in coordination with the executive professional development to provide the SAYs with a general information about the whole IPSF and to let them gain the capabilities and experience they should need.
We will define the way the further proceedings will be implemented and let you know. Is this clear for the General Assembly? Can I please have your feedback? Jenna, what's unclear? We're talking about two cases. Jakub was the European Regional Office. For now, we have no candidate. Please listen until I finish. Pay attention at all times. I said we are moving on to the point 5.15 of the agenda, which is the election of the chairperson of Pan American Regional Office. I said that there are no applications that have been approved by the Regional Assembly. Okay, rewind. 5.14 was the point with Jakub, who withdrawn his application, and in this case we don't have any candidate. That means it will have to be reopened. Then I moved on to point 5.15, Pan American Regional Office, the respective chairperson. There have been no candidates approved by the Regional Assembly. Okay. Is this better? And this is better now. Okay. So both positions will need to be reopened, and we will let you know what will be the further proceedings once this is all clear. Okay, it seems that the procedure is clarified. This is why I will give the floor to Angela to explain what will happen.
As for all second round nominations, the deadline was set. And for the chairperson of pharmacy education, chairperson of internal relations, chairperson of the European Regional Office, and chairperson of the Pan American Regional Office, the call will be reopened until the 7th of August by midnight. An email is already drafted and will be sent out in a few minutes. That means you are all invited to submit your forms and also to provide this information to your delegations here in the Congress as well as back home. In the cases of the regional offices, there will be no regional assembly be convened before these nominations will be shown to the General Assembly, since there is no opportunity for a regional assembly, and if there was a regional assembly before, then it would be, the nominations would be given to the executive committee for approval anyways, which is better to have it in the GA than only the executive committee appointing. Is that clear? That means all nominations go straight to the GA. Thank you.
Okay, feedback everyone, because there are several delegations that did not raise their hands. Please choose whether you're green or red. Okay, in this case this is really clear. And we will move along the agenda now. We will now go back to a few remaining reports that we didn't have a chance to discuss earlier during the General Assembly. I'll read the motion. This the 60th IPSF General Assembly accepts and adopts the reports of the Medicine Awareness Coordinator and the Clinical Skills Event Coordinator. I asked you on day 2, I believe, whether you were ready to take these reports as they were submitted late and only added to the online Congress folder during the General Assembly. All of you were requested to refer to the folder and then get familiar with the reports so we could take them at the General Assembly. I believe that the time provided for this has been, for now, sufficient, and this is why we would like to reopen the debate on it. Is that clear? Everyone is with me here? Good. That means I would like to open the floor for a discussion on this motion and these reports. Are there any questions or comments? Perfect. In case of no comments, I will close the floor for a discussion and we will simply move to the voting procedure. All those against accepting these 2 reports, please raise your voting cards up high. Any abstentions? That means that the reports have been accepted unanimously. Thank you. The next motion. This is the 60th IPSF General Assembly accepts and adopts the reports of the Educational and Scientific Publications Coordinator, Public Health Advocacy Coordinator, and Training Coordinator, and Design Coordinator. These reports, as until today, have not been submitted. This is why they are in a separate motion. It is the recommendation of the Executive Committee that these reports are not accepted as they are non-existent. I would like to open the floor for a discussion. Or are there any questions or comments or clarifications that are needed? Hupsa, Hungary? Hupsa?
Daniel, Hupsa, Hungary. Why?
Why what?
Why aren't they available?
Angela?
It depends. For the Education and Scientific Publications Coordinator and for the Design Coordinator, both have resigned from their positions. This means they are no longer having their office. And for the Training Coordinator and the Public Health Advocacy Coordinator, we were trying to reach out to them, but they were irresponsive.
Thank you.
Thank you, Angela. Thank you for the question. Are there any other questions or comments? In this case, I would like to close the floor for a discussion and we'll move to the voting procedure. All those against accepting these reports, please raise your voting cards up high. All those against accepting these non-existent reports, please raise your voting cards up high. Can I please ask for help for counting? Hands up high so I can read. Scrutineers, can you help with counting? We will confirm all of us together. Any abstentions? 4 abstentions. Anyone in favor? 0. Okay. That means that the reports have not been accepted. Now we are moving on to the point 4 of the agenda to receive and, if approved, adopt the IPSF annual report. Motion 41 proposed by the Executive Committee reads, this the 60th IPSF General Assembly accepts and adopts the IPSF annual report 2013-2014. As a point of information, the IPSF annual reports comprises all the previous reports that have been adopted by the General Assembly, and yeah, so that's what the annual report contains. All those reports that have been accepted are a part of it. Now we're voting on accepting these reports as a whole. I would like to open the floor for a discussion. Are there any questions or comments or clarifications? IFFOL Portugal.
So you said that, sorry, Irma Gomes, IFFL Portugal. You said that IPSF annual report comprises all the previous reports, right? What about the report of the chairperson of the annual Congress? Does he not count to this one? Because we haven't voted on it yet.
That's what we're clarifying.
Sorry, I didn't hear it.
Thank you for the question. That's what we're actually clarifying now. So a full explanation that we provide every year, long time ago. IPSF used to have a publication that used to be called the IPSF Annual Report as a magazine, which is no longer the case. As this executive committee, we're trying to bring it up, but about that, maybe we'll discuss it at this GA or maybe not. We'll see what we can do. However, this motion is just a formality as a remaining of the past standard of having the publication, which is no longer the case. In terms of the report of the chairperson of the reception committee of this Congress, this report has not been received for the obvious reasons of the chairperson being busy. We're trying to support Loish to make this report happen, and we'll distribute it to you as soon as we can. In that case, we will accept the report. We will debate on the report. If the report is adopted by the General Assembly, it will automatically become a part of the IPSF annual report, even though the annual report has been accepted a little earlier. So through all these specific motions on different reports, we basically define what is the content of the IPSF annual report, as there is no definition, which means if you disagree with the content of that report, you can just say no to that report and then it will not be a part of this one. However, as voting on this motion is just a simple formality based on the history, this is not a problem to approve that report a little later. Is that clear for everyone? No? Everyone? Like even Brazil? Thank you. It's clear. Okay. Are there any other questions or comments to this motion? As I see none, the floor for a discussion is now closed, and we will move to the voting procedure. All those against accepting the IPSF annual report 2013-2014, please raise your voting cards up high. Any abstentions? The report has been accepted unanimously. Thank you. We will now proceed with all the discussions in regards to the finances of the Federation. I would like to request 10 minutes so we can arrange for everything for you. So that means we're now moving to the point 6 of the agenda, which is to receive and, if approved, adopt the annual report of. The following list of reports is in regards to the finances and financial transparency. The first report is the report of the Audit Committee. Cassandra from CAPC Canada will come to the stage to present the report. Again, 3 minutes is given, I believe. Don't stress out. Have a good time. Okay. Cassandra is given the floor.
Hello, everybody. I'm happy to be up here speaking on behalf of the two other members of the Auditing Committee who would not come up here to speak the report, but not holding any judgments against you two. So the members of the Auditing Committee were myself, Martina from Czech Republic, and Sarah from Algeria. We had some difficulties looking at the reports, but once we figured out how to open up the files, we were able to match the receipts that were there to all the Excel spreadsheets that were provided to us. Our opinion on this matter is that everything did match, so that was nice. It made it easy for us. Also, the change of the timing for the financial year will be greatly appreciated by future members of the Auditing Committee, since we were quite rushed to get it done before World Congress. So our conclusion is to suggest the approval of the financial report, and just for future auditing committees with the changes that will be imposed, just have better instruction of how to view the files to facilitate going over them and making sure that the report does match the printed receipts. Other than that, it was great working with the auditing committee, and I look forward to seeing who's on the next. Thanks.
Just for formal reasons, before I open the floor for the discussion, I will read the motion. This is the 60th IPSF General Assembly accepts and adopts the report of the Auditing Committee 2013-2014. I would like to open the floor for a discussion. Are there any questions or comments? As no questions or comments have been received, the floor for a discussion is now closed, and we will proceed to the voting procedure. All those against accepting this report, please raise your voting cards up high. A technical comment from ASEP Algeria.
Samir from Algeria. The members of auditing committee, should I participate to the vote? We are a member of auditing committee. Should we vote or not?
Yeah, so when you think that's a very good example from the back of the nominations for positions. Even though you have representatives of your country, you still can vote upon them. So it's exactly the same for the auditing committee. We choose individuals for the auditing committee that are representing the member organizations. However, the member organization can still vote on the approval of the report as it's individuals that perform the duty. Clear? That means let's go back to the voting procedure. All those against accepting the report of the auditing committee, please raise your voting cards up high. Any abstentions? The report has been accepted unanimously. Thank you for this work. Moving on to 6.2 of the agenda, the report of the Development Fund Committee. We do not have any report to display for one reason. There seems to be an inconsistency in the IPSF official documents. We checked the part of the IPSF Development Fund before the General Assembly, and it does not require any special report to be submitted to the General Assembly. It only requires an update. This update has been provided through the report, through the financial report of the treasurer, and it can be found there. So if there are any extra updates that are needed, the General Assembly is more than welcome to address them to the treasurer. On the other hand, because this is some kind of an inconsistency, as it's still on the agenda of the IPSF General Assembly, the next year's treasurer, being this year's treasurer, will have a task to figure out how to clarify the situation so it's clear what should be submitted and in what form. Are there any clarifications that are needed? Can I see your motion cards? Green, you're good with explanations. Red, you don't understand what's happening. Good, thank you. That means we are moving on. If there are any specific questions in terms of development fund, feel free to ask them during the financial report of 2013-14. About how to clarify. It's all fine. (6.4) IPSF finances. 6.4.1 annual accounts 2012-2013. The motion reads, this the 60th IPSF General Assembly accepts and adopts the annual accounts 2012-2013. To provide the motivation, I would like to bring your attention to the fact that this is the annual accounts for the financial year of 2012-2013, which is the previous financial year, not the current one, or actually the one before the previous one, to be very formal. This report, the annual accounts were not ready a year ago for the General Assembly. That's why they couldn't be discussed and accepted. This year's treasurer took responsibility over finishing the last year's financial operations, after which he managed to also request from the accountant the annual accounts 2012-13 to be designed. Yeah, I will give now floor to Lawrence to provide an overview.
This report was handed to you earlier in the week. I just gave you another page. Page 10 for some reason got lost when I exported it from Excel to PDF. So I have an extra printout I just gave you, which has both page 10 for 2012-13 and 13-14. So include that in the report. Well, like Radek said, this is a period way long ago, before my time. So I had a lot of struggle to get it right, to get it matching. I got a lot of help from the accountant, a lot of help from the past executives in my team, but I don't know all the details in so much detail that I can say that person got this and that. The accountant got most of it, but it's a very long file, so please don't ask too specific questions to me, because otherwise I will be constantly looking into my computer and it will take forever. Moving on, I want to take it very briefly. We'll go over the file with you. Do you have it? Can you display it maybe?
If you give me a minute, then I'll open the file.
So if you all grab the audit report for 12-13, so it starts with this page. And we'll go straight to page 3. A bit down. Down. Yeah. So this is very general, our balance sheet. So you have on top the current assets, which are the inventory for merchandise, which basically is everything we have in stock still has a value. Added that up and you get your inventory. We had debtors, prepayments, and other receivables, which are basically people that owe us money or things we already paid for next year. And then we have cash at the bank or in hand, and that is totals up to our total assets. So that's basically what IPSF has. If we would have received everything, if we would have sold everything, then we would have had, in this case, 26,500, so something. So on the bottom part, it's our capital and reserves. So we have a capital of €80,000. 23,000 is for the development fund, specifically reserved for that. Below, the regions have their own reserve, so everything they don't spend in a year will be put in a reserve and can be used for later use. So it won't go to the general budget. We have a WHS representative reserve, and we have a reserve for the 75th anniversary. So every year we put some money into that, and this will be used for the 75th anniversary. Going to page number 4, which is basically the most important one. This is a summary of the rest of the pages. So the numbers on the left to the actuals 12-13 is the page where you can find it in a bit more detail. So income-wise, we have had membership fees of 26,000, student exchange fees 21,500, external income 5,000, which is mostly from our partner FIP. Merchandise income is what we sell for merchandise. The reason why this is so low is because in Egypt there was no merchandise to sell. Miscellaneous income is mostly what we get from people who stay at our flats, but also donations are in there and stuff like that. We have a bit of old debts written off. That basically means in this case, as it's positive that people who we owed money, we don't have to pay them anymore. And then we have an income from the Development Fund Committee, which is mentioned separately. Tarek? Oh, yeah. Correction, the old debts written off means that in this case people actually cashed in their money. Expenses, travel expenses are 9,500. This is mostly for executives meeting. President have his own budget, and we have a small budget for other travels for executive. Regional offices have 12,500 each, and in this year we only had 4 regions, so that adds up to 5,000. The reason why this is totally in there is because the before mentioned reserve, where it all went to, so it's basically spent and went into the reserve. Publications, last year we did have 2 publications, and we had a lot of printing costs in Egypt, which the IPSF budget paid for, so that's why that a bit higher. We spent some on campaigns and projects. Apartment expenses are basically the rent, electricity, cable for our apartment in The Hague. The permanent officer has his or her own budget for staying in The Hague and for doing travels on behalf of IPSF from The Hague. Office expenses are accounting costs, if we have them, printing costs, but also what we buy merchandise-wise, so everything we order is in there. And then we have expenses for the development fund. And the total difference between income and expenses is the net result before appropriation is 12,500, sort of, 12.685. Underneath there you see that the capital, we actually made a profit of 13,440 euro. That's basically from everything, the profit, excluding the development fund. And development fund, we had a slight loss of 755 euro. But as we have a reserve for that, this is no problem. I want to leave it here for this one. If you have any questions, then you can ask them. Like I said, I could look in detail, but that will take time. Yeah, floor is yours.
Sleeping Fee for Thailand. Good morning. Thank you, Lawrence, for the overview of the finances from the past financial year. I would like to open the floor for a discussion on this motion. IFFOL Portugal, followed by FIPSA Finland.
Hi, Lawrence. My name is Rodrigo Simões, IFFOL. Hi, Lawrence. First of all, thank you for your great work. I just have a question because I quite didn't understand the difference in the total assets in between the year. If you can explain me, I don't know if you can, between 2012 and 2013.
Which part of the assets?
In the page
Page 3.
Page 3, yeah. The difference between the total assets of 2012 and 2013. Can you please specify the cash that back in hand that disappeared? I don't know.
That's actually a very good question, because that's even more back. So I cannot. Radek, do you know? The question is why this is
Chair to Angela.
I'm giving the floor to Radek.
The reason why the total assets went down so much is that when the financial year 2012-2013 was at its end, we had lots of money in our bank account for the purpose of the FIP Centennial Student Package, which was actually not our money. So after the year was closed, we spent it all, and that's why it went down. So technically, around 40,000 within this 143,000-ish euro was in our money, which was spent. And that's why, for now, we don't have it anymore. And then the current assets from a year ago is the real state of our finances.
Thank you.
careful.
Thank you, Radek. The next is FIPSA Finland.
Okay, so Elina, FIPSA Finland. So basically we are now comparing the actuals to the budget, and I would like to ask, is this budget the one that's been approved with the GA or the one that has been revised by the executive committee or executives?
So this is about last year, and last year there was no revised budget, so this is the only budget from that year.
Thank you. Are there more questions? There is NEPS Australia. Scrutineers.
Izzy from NAPSA Australia. Just reading through the budget, do you guys have a rainy day fund or like a contingency fund that sort of got a little bit of the surplus sort of goes in there? I just haven't noticed it, just in case, I know being a bit of devil's advocate, but if something goes wrong, just, you might need a lot of finances all at once. Is there something like that in the budget or in a different bank account that hasn't been listed here?
There actually is. So if you look at the budgets, I don't know if you have them in front of you. It isn't in this file. That's true. But we have, especially for the last years, always put 500 euros into the IPSF savings specifically. We don't have a reserve for that, but if you look at page 6 of the financial outcome, you see that our main bank account in 12-13 ended with 43,000 and our savings account with 64. So basically those 64,000 are our rainy day funds.
Thank you. Are there more questions? Since I see no further questions, I will pass the chair back to Radek.
And I would like to close the floor for the discussion on this motion. We'll now proceed to the voting procedure on this motion. Just to remind you, we're talking about annual accounts 2012-2013. All those against accepting these annual accounts, please raise your voting cards up high. Any abstentions? The annual accounts have been accepted unanimously. Thank you, Lawrence, for taking care of the thing that you were not really in charge of. And congratulations for the good work. Moving on, we'll be discussing a very similar thing, 6.6.4.2 of the agenda, Annual Accounts 2013-2014. The motion reads that this, the 60th IPSF General Assembly, accepts and adopts the annual accounts 2013-2014. Motivation is exactly the same. It's the financial outcome of the financial year that technically closed by the 30th of June. And I will provide floor to Lawrence so he can also explain what exactly happened.
So let's do this the same. I'll start with page 3 and then we go to page 4, and if there are any questions we can go further. So same here, our merchandise inventory went down, which means we sold merchandise because now there's less in stock, less value, so that went down. Debtors, prepayments and other receivables also went a lot down, and that's mainly that I collected a lot of the old debts from last year. And the years before, and what's in there now is basically the debts from which are still standing from membership fees from last year, plus a few prepaid expenses for EM3. And then furthermore, cash at bank in hand is now 142,000. Going to the capital and reserves, so capital went to 102,000. Development fund reserve went a bit down. Also in my year, I spent a bit more than we had as income. APRO, all the regional offices got again they got 1,500 this year, and they spent some of it. The rest went into the reserve, so that's why there's a difference. So you see that Euro added, and Euro spent everything but the 370 euro, which goes into reserve. WHSS representative reserve, we didn't use it yet this year, we didn't use it. So that's why there's extra in there. And I put 750 euro extra in the 75th annual reserve. So that comes down to a capital of 140,000 and liabilities, which basically means things we are not sure yet if we are getting them, but we are supposed to get them, of a total of 151 euro. Moving on to page 4, and I'd like to have the slide. So I gave you the page which, oh no, I didn't. But as for comparison, and coming back to the question of FIPSA Finland in the last report, we halfway the year at EM2, the executives made a revised budget, and this is not an officially approved budget, but more a working budget. And in the accountant files, I put the comparison to the revised budget, but this should have been officially comparison to the budget approved by the GA. So that's the 4th column is the budget which is approved by the GA. And on the screen, you now see a comparison between the actuals in the 1st column and the 4th column. And the printout you have is a comparison between the 1st and the 2nd. So that's the difference. Of course, it doesn't matter income and expenses wise, but you can see a bit more where the losses are, or at least where we got less money and where we got more money. So membership fees went down. They went a bit down. That is because I also shifted some of the debts of last year to last year, as I had that luxury bit, which would make it just more transparent into the financial files. Student exchange fees, we were almost right on the dot to my revised budget, and we went way over it according to the approved budget by the GA. The reason for this is it's always hard to guess, or at least to estimate the student exchange income as the SEP year is still ongoing during when the GA is. And we always hope for an increase, but you never know how much that is. At the halfway point, so at EM2, I had a better estimate as then the SEP year ended, so that's why it's so close. External income is our partner FIP again. Merchandise is 1600. This is a bit low in regards to what we sold, and that's because we had to correct some numbers which were different from last year than we found in our inventory. So that went down from our profit. Miscellaneous income is again flat income that is donations at congresses, events, etc. All debt written off. In this case, yeah, there are some things we had to pay and are written off basically. And the IPSF Development Fund had an income of €4,244. Going to the expenses, we spent almost 11,000 on travel expenses. In regards to the 16,000 which was budgeted, EM3 is not in here, as that is after the closing of the financial year. Another reason why we changed the financial year. Regional offices got their €1,500. Publications is just €600, which is basically for business cards for the executives. We haven't had any printed publications yet since the last ones from the previous financial year. So there's no money for that. We didn't spend anything on campaign and projects. Apartment expenses are very similar to last year. Again, rent, electricity, yeah, inflation in the Netherlands didn't go up that much, so that's lucky. Permanent officer, we didn't have one, as we had 2 Dutch executives. I have been living half of my time in the apartment, but I lived close anyway, so no money for that. Office expenses is again accountant and merchandise, and the development fund spent almost €4,800. And I budgeted at the halfway point for the first time an unforeseen expenses, which is basically also rainy day budgeting. We didn't use this. So this comes to a positive outcome of €21,302. And you can see that profit-wise from capital, this is almost 22,000, and almost 550 is what we extra spend on the development fund, which comes out of the reserve. So again, I'll leave it here. Are there any questions?
Thank you, Lawrence. I'll pass the chair to Angela.
I'm giving the floor to Radek.
I will provide more explanations, as there are a few things that I want GA to also understand. First of all, big congratulations to Lawrence for actually collecting money. As you see, there's a big decrease in debts from 13,000 to only 5,000. That's because we started asking for the debts to be paid in our account. That's Lawrence's work. Thank you for that. That's one. Two, when you think of the travel expenses in both of the annual accounts, you can see that our travel expenses are actually less than what was even budgeted in the first place by the General Assembly. This also requires some certain clarification, as it may give you a misconception that the Executive Committee and the team members are sufficiently covered financially for the travel expenses. The problem with these travel expenses is the reason why we changed the financial year. Lots of these travel expenses are paid back or reimbursed during the World Congress, so technically that's the next financial year. That's why they're not accounted with the years, within the financial years when the expenses were really incurred. So this is why you will see when Lawrence presents the budget for the transition period, that one will contain extra ordinary amounts of travel expenses for money. What I want you to understand is that technically our travel expenses for these 2 financial years in total are what you can find in annual accounts from the previous document, this document, and the estimated budget for the transition period. So it's actually much more. Also, in terms of these savings, a year ago, 11-ish thousand euro, this year, 21-ish thousand euro. The explanation which is required is that even though the financial year technically finishes by the 30th of June, currently what's budgeted in the budget implies that these expenses are paid during the World Congress next year, which is practically the next financial year. This is why when you see this 20,000 of savings here, that's very untrue that we actually made this very positive outcome, because this money is already shifted to this planned budget for the next transition period. The way to deal with this is again to add up the savings made in these 2 financial years. And then this is basically the income that we will be using for the transition period, because there will also be no extra income from any other sources, mostly. Then also when you think of the membership fees, some of them are paid also during the World Congress, so that's the income that you will find in this transition period budget, and this is also why in here what we revised in Junium 2 is way bigger than what was budgeted for the year. But you will find it here. These are already the debtors of the Federation. So all these changes are very much in line of the change of the financial year in order to improve our financial transparency. And these outcomes here, they pretty much cover why that change was really, really necessary. You can see the numbers, you can see the mess, but now it's all clear. Thank you, Lawrence, also for taking care for this. And the last thing, the reason why we're adding up 2012 and 13 and 2013-14 is that a year ago we were very much beyond the schedule with all the payments due to problems with our treasurer. And this year, from the annual accounts that Lawrence is now presenting, we were actually paying the expenses, travel expenses, to the past executive committee member. This happened in March, and it's accounted to this budget. So I can tell you that practically these 2 financial years were merged, and then some part of this money has to be transitioned to the transition period. It's a very complex situation, but it's properly taken care of. Thank you, Lawrence, for that. That's the full explanation for the General Assembly to understand, and I believe it is crucially important that you have this knowledge.
Are there any more questions or comments? I'm opening the floor for discussion. There is IFFOL Portugal.
So, Rodrigo Simões, IFFOL. I didn't quite understand it, the difference in cash at bank and in hand, that now is like more 28,000 euros, I don't know, more? No, I didn't quite understand the difference. So can you explain, Lawrence?
Lawrence?
So we had the luck this year of basically having a lot of income from membership fees. And like Radek just said, we haven't spent most of it yet. Plus we had some extra income from the flats, just the miscellaneous income. So it's basically not spent yet, and that's why we have it.
Thank you. Was this explanation sufficient? Are there more questions or comments? There is Vipsa Finland. More questions or comments?
So Elina Vipsa Finland. I would like to ask about the unforeseen expenses. Like, who is going to determine who uses that money and how?
Lawrence?
So basically what we have under unforeseen expenses are really things we are not expecting. So donations are unexpected. When we get things back from, for instance, this year we got some electricity costs back because we pay it regularly, a regular amount per month, and when we use less, we get it back. Basically things that you cannot budget in any other way and cannot call in any other way. So in this case also we put flat income, under unforeseen, because we can never know how much people there will be staying in the flats and for how long.
Thank you. Are there more questions or comments? If there are none, I'm passing the chair back to Radek.
Thank you. As there are no further questions or comments, I would like to close the floor for the discussion, and we will move to the voting on the annual accounts itself. So again, just a reminder, we're voting on the annual accounts 2013-2014. All those against accepting these annual accounts, please raise your voting cards up high. Any abstentions? The annual accounts have been accepted unanimously. Thank you, Lawrence, and congratulations. Okay, so in line with two previous agenda points, we will now be taking proposed budgets 2014-2015. The reason why it's budget is because of the acceptance of the financial year change, for which we need to also define how we spend the Federation's revenues during the transition period. The first point will be motion 47. This is 60th IPSF General Assembly accepts and adopts the budget for the transition period from the 1st of July 2014 through the 31st December 2014. So just a motivation for this is that according to the previous definition of the financial year, the last financial year finished by the 30th of June, and the next one starts on the 1st of January. So we have a half a year gap, which we need to define finance-wise. This is what we're doing, this is what you have been distributed, and this is what Lawrence will be presenting. This is also the budget of which I was telling you that is very much in line with the outcomes of the past two financial years. Lawrence, the floor is yours. I'll try to also display it on the screen, if you give me a minute.
So if everyone can get the budget in front of them, it explains it a lot easier for me. I will try to keep them a bit separate, but it's easier to explain them both at once. So basically yes, this is it. Great. I do think you need to make it bigger.
Can you see on the slide? Can I have your emotional cards? Emotional cards. Okay, thank you.
So like Radek said in my previous part, there is some of the membership fees which are paid at Congress in cash, and that adds up to the total of all the way to the right, the 4,150, because that's basically the income we get in this part of the year. Usually we shouldn't get any income, but luckily we do have some in this case. So I'm also expecting a small income on student exchange fees for individual members, which we'll see below, and miscellaneous income of 6,000, which is also explained a bit below, which is basically income from people living in the flats and merchandise sold at this Congress. So going down, you see it a bit more in detail. So we are not getting anything right now from prospect members. We are getting some from full members. We're getting something from MIAs. That's all the payments they make at the Congress right now. And I'm expecting to get €200 worth of individual membership fees later on. and with that, also maybe some friends of the federations. Last year at the FIP Congress in Dublin, we had some people becoming friends of the federation. I'm hoping that in Bangkok the same will happen. So that's why €100. Student exchange fees, we are getting nothing in the transition period, as that will only be charged with the membership fees in the next year. But individual members who want to apply for SEP can pay, so that's why there is €100 for that budgeted. Then we have external income, where we are not getting anything, because usually we get that in the early months of the year, so between January and March. And miscellaneous income is unforeseen credit is flat expenses. There are currently living a few people in the flats, so I'm guessing that in total they stay for about 200 nights. And merchandise out is what I'm expecting to sell for €1,000 worth of merchandise at this Congress. We've had a lot of new things: USB sticks, pens, sunglasses. If you don't have them yet, please buy them. And that adds up to about €10,000, €10,250 of total income for the transition period. Then going to the expenses, go down, Radek. Down.
Oh, next page.
Next page. Oh, so I've actually, for the expenses, I did it in two parts. One part is between July and September, and the other one, or July until September, and the other one is October till December. And this is basically the difference between our executive year and the next executive year. So in this executive year, there will be some travel expenses, which are EM3. We still have last year's other travel expenses budget, which is again in this budget. And we have some budget for FIP Congress, which we haven't used from last budget, and for WHO. Then going down a bit, domains and publications. We do need something for promotional material for the FIP Congress, so about €100. Printed publications, we're still undecided what we are going to print, but I'm expecting to have at least €1,000 worth of printing to do, and we are going to launch a new website, and I'm still negotiating with the new web host, but the cost for it will be around €2,000. So that's hopefully by the end of the year that will all be done, but I'm expecting to already have the payment done before the end of September. And I'm still expecting actually an invoice from the maintenance for the SEP and IPSF websites, so that's in there as well. Then for project and campaigns, I have, after the 1st of July, I have paid the catering for the WHA side events, which we did for the first time this year. So that's the 550 budgeted over there. Going down to the next page. Next page. We have apartment expenses, which is basically, in this case, a fourth of the normal cost. So rent is a fourth for 3 months. Electricity, phone, water bill, equipment, a bit equipment just if something breaks, like lights or anything. Permanent officer, as our executive team still doesn't need a permanent officer in this period, we also don't budget for anything. Office expenses, I've put something in for the Chamber of Commerce because we have to register new executives, which we'll be doing before the executives start their mandate. We are going to a notary probably for the possible changes in the Constitution. We still have to make some transactions, so we have to pay some bank fees. The accountant will not get any money now because we won't do accountancy in the next few months. Other expenses are just, if we do need something for the office, then we can use it. Merchandise in the 3,500 is what I have already, what I've already paid for the new merchandise, which is being sold now. And then trophies. I hadn't paid them yet in last year, so the €1,000 and also for the awards, €300 is spent in this part. And going very quickly over it, the budget for the last 3 months of the executives are basically for EM3, some for the regional budgets or the regional reserves, also some promotional material, which are basically business cards for the new executives. And in that period, we do need accountancy for closing that financial half year. So that are the expenses for the second part. Adding both up, we come to a total balance of minus 26,000. What we still need until we start a new financial year. Like Radek, that's a bit down. There. This might be scary to look at, but like Radek already said, we had about €12,000 extra income and a positive balance at the end of 2012-13, and 13-14 had 21,000. So we actually have more money than we need to spend to equalize the budget and the expenses, if you know what I mean. Radek?
Chair to Angela.
I'm passing the floor to Radek.
So basically, in this transition period, the income is, correct me if I'm wrong, around 11,000. No, income during the transition period is €10,000. Then the positive outcome from 12-13 is around 12. And then the positive outcome from 13-14 is 21. So if you add it all up, that is 31 plus 12, €43,000 that we have for the sake of this here. Just let me finish. The spendings here, 26,000. That means that over €15,000 practically goes to the saving account for the period of the past 2 financial years. That means basically that we were able to save more money, even with this half-a-year transition budget, than we planned, as we only planned on saving €500 a year or €100 a year? €500 a year. So over a 2-year period of time, we were supposed to save €1,000, and we saved over 15, which means that our financial stability is still increasing, even though we will be now technically or practically taking money from the saving account in order to close the financial gap for the next 6 months. Is it clear? Lawrence will probably clarify if this...
Tiny correction to what Radek says, the €10,000 from current financial part is already included in the balance, so it's really everything that is left from last year's minus the 26,000 is what we have left is about 7,000, which will go to the savings account instead, or adding to the 500 we normally budget. It's still pretty much.
I'm giving the chair back to Radek.
Thank you. Lawrence, any other explanations? Okay. In this case, I would like to open the floor for discussion on this motion. Are there any questions or comments? IFF Portugal.
I'm sorry, Lawrence. Rodrigo Simões, IFF. So I didn't quite understand the difference between the travel expenses, because in the last year and the previous years, you consider only in total 20,000 for travel expenses. But now you had the 21,500 for the 2015 here, and then the others for the transition period. But the transition period, I think it's really, the expenses with the travel expenses are really big, because comparing the 2 years, if you cut it down to only 6 months in the 12 months, I don't know if you are understanding me. You have to...
Well, you're asking why there's such a big increase in travel expenses.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, so, and I should have maybe been clear on that. So the 5,300 which we have in this period is EM3, but you're looking next to it is the budgets from last year. So if you compare it to the outcome, which unfortunately isn't here because the outcome normally is a mess for the last 2 years, our outcome was actually, I think it was about 10,000 euros. So the 5,000 is included in that. So there we have nothing, and then basically for the next 1.5 years, we have in total 16,000 euro on travel expenses, which I think is reasonable. If you see that for a year, we budget 12,500. Was that answering to your question?
I'm still not. Sorry, maybe I'm not explaining it well. Because you have in total an extra of 14,000 in travel expenses. But if you consider only half a year, because you have to cut it down, it's only 7,000 expenses. I cannot be clear with this. It's really confusing. That's why I'm.
Rodrigo, may you please tell us which page are you talking about? Which row?
Sorry. Expenses, page 2.
The second page of expenses, or the first page,
no,
page 2 of the total?
Page 2 expenses.
Yeah.
Okay, Jarno, would you like to comment? Jarno at the back while I'm displaying.
Jarno, FIPSA Finland. So I would ask, is it usual that travel expenses are higher in the fall time after Congress than the springtime?
I don't think it's really relevant what time of the year it is, actually, but we have oh, Radek wants to say something.
Okay, chair to Angela. Can you?
Passing the floor to Radek.
So the thing is that the way we deal with money in this organization is that there's, for example, the executive committee travel budget. That's like 8,000 or 9,000 euro. None of these things get reimbursed throughout the year, and the reimbursement is happening only around the World Congress. It usually happens in cash, and this is why it's accounted practically in only August. What we were doing in the past, we were doing hard work with the accountant, so this could be accounted to the past financial year, even though the past financial year will be over for 2 months. For this year, we decided to really stick to the dates and plan accordingly in line with the financial year change, and that's why all the expenses incurred throughout the whole 2013-14 will be reimbursed now. So that's just an example of the executive committee expenses. But then there are also other expenses, travel expenses from other parts of the budget that we will be covering, only reimbursing now. Right? That's why it's so much. But if you add what was budgeted in 2012 and 13 to what was budgeted in 2013 and 14 collectively for travel expenses, and then you add spendings from 2012, 13, 14, and the transition period, this amount rather will not be higher than what was budgeted over those 2 financial years. See the point?
Now I understand. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. There are more questions or comments? As I see no more comments, I would like to close the floor for the discussion, and we will move on to voting on the motion. The 60th IPSF General Assembly accepts and adopts the budget for the transition period from the 1st of July 2014 through 31st December 2014. All those against acceptance of the budget, please raise your voting cards high. All those abstaining. The motion has been carried. Thank you, Lara. I'm giving the chair back to Radek.
So now we can see how much poor financial management can create of a mess. And this is what happened. For now, during this GA we took a very smart decision. So it will be better for the following years. So thank you for that understanding. For now, we are moving to the lunch break, I believe. So, yes. Unless you want another budget. So lunch break. So the plan for now: standing orders, roll call, announcements, lunch. First of all, APHISP is proposing to suspend the standing orders, which is seconded by ASEP Algeria. All those against suspending the standing orders, please raise your voting cards up high. Any abstentions? The standing orders have been suspended, and we will now perform the roll call. Floor goes to Angela.
Thank you. We have ASEP Algeria, NAPS Australia, AFIP Austria, CAPSI Canada, CPSA Croatia, CSET PSA Czech Republic, SOP Denmark, EPSF Egypt, JET PSA Jordan delegated to EPSF Egypt. We have FIPSA Finland and ANEP France, BPHD Germany, GPSA Ghana, SAP South Africa delegated to GPSA Ghana, HUPSA Hungary, APS Japan, KEFSA Kenya, ZPSA Zimbabwe delegated to KEFSA Kenya, MIPSA Malaysia, KNPs with Netherlands, YP Poland, QFUS Qatar, KNEPS Republic of Korea, PASFA Romania, NAPSA Serbia, NUPSA Singapore, SPSA Slovakia, SHSFT Slovenia, FEF Spain, FPSA Sudan was not present, SNAP Sweden, ASEP Switzerland, POCT Thailand, ATEP Tunisia, TPAYC Turkey, BPSA United Kingdom, APHA ASP USA, and FERCOF Costa Rica delegated to APHA ASP USA. Thank you. Before we move on to the last announcements by our beloved treasurer, I would also notify you that upon request of certain delegates, a motion form template was uploaded to the online folder, so you can all download it and make use of it and propose motions. The motions committee is very welcome to receive your proposals. And as stated earlier, the announcement of the reopening of the positions has been sent out. And please note that there are two emails. In the first email, I made a mistake that I stated it's the chairperson of professional development, chairperson of pharmacy education, but the position of professional development is reopened as corrected in the second email. Any questions? Lawrence?
So I'm still getting, or at least the development fund is still getting some money from some people from this morning. Yeah, Michiel, yeah, you too. And there were two people caught sleeping, one from Thailand and the nice girl from Japan. Have a nice lunch.
And then my announcements. As you may have seen yesterday in the evening, the reception committee was performing the attendance check through the attendance sheets. Please, probably the news already spread out, but we will be doing that every single evening. So please inform your delegations that we all must wear name badges at all times for safety reasons, for the sessions, and especially for the evening program. Also, bring the attendance sheet to the social program in the evening so we can check whether you have been whether all of them have been attending the required number of sessions, and also that they must have the required number of stamps. Otherwise, there will be no exceptions, and anyone who is missing any of these three things will not be allowed for the social program in the evening. Is that clear? Good. Lunchtime to inform everyone who still doesn't have a feeling this is happening. 2:30 sharp, we're back, and we will move on with the elections. So please don't be late. It's very important that you are given voting rights for that session. We will not hesitate to refrain from doing so if you're late.
And please go straight to lunch to avoid the queue at the canteen. Thank you.
so it can be incorporated. The delegates from FF, they want to propose to the GA that we include first-round applicants for internal relations into. Yes, so I know it's could be a mess logistically, but
it's going to be probably
still
on day
feeling
9.
like it's important enough that they would like to
And then
at
I will
least.
ask them at this motion which night they would like to continue with the G.
Huh?
Then I will ask them during this motion on which of the nights they would like to continue with the G until 2 a.m.
And that's fair. You know, so they understand that it would be an entire new thing. We'd have to connect that person to Skype and everything. So they can just, yeah. It's on. Everybody hears me. That's fine.
Oh, I didn't.
Hello. Oh. Nothing relevant. Sorry. We were just testing the microphone was on and off.
Welcome back this afternoon, everyone. Please take your seats. We're now moving on with the roll call. Floor goes to Angela.
We start with CEPA Algeria, NEPS Australia, AFIP Austria, CAPSI Canada, CSAT PSA Czech Republic, no, CPSA Croatia, CSAT PSA Czech Republic, SOP Denmark, EPSF Egypt, JET PSA Jordan delegated to EPSF Egypt, FIPSA Finland, ANEP France, BPHD Germany, GPSA Ghana, SAP South Africa delegated to GPSA Ghana, HUPSA Hungary, IPASF India non-present, IPHSA Iran non-present, APS Japan, KEFSA Kenya, ZPSA Zimbabwe delegated to KEFSA Kenya, MIPSA Malaysia, KNPSV the Netherlands, YP Poland, APEF Portugal, QFUS Qatar, KNAPS South Republic of Korea, FASFA Romania, NAPSA Serbia, NUPSA Singapore not present, SPSA Slovakia, SHUSSFD Slovenia, FEF Spain not present, SNAP Sweden, no. FPSA Sudan not present, SNAP Sweden, ASEP Switzerland, PSUT Thailand, ATEP Tunisia, TPAYC Turkey, PPSA United Kingdom, APHA ASP USA, and FECOF Costa Rica delegated to APHA ASP USA. Thirty-seven full members present and voting. Can you have the slides on the screen, please?
Can I have a proposal to resume the standing orders? APS Japan, seconded by my PSA Malaysia. All those against resuming the standing orders, please raise your voting cards up high. Anyone against? The standing orders have been resumed, and we will continue with the agenda.
Just a brief update. Since also Singapore was not present during the roll call, it's 36 full members present and voting. Thank you.
We'll now continue with the elections. Election of the Chairperson of Media and Publications 2014-2015. We have received, recap from the morning. There was an open debate during which we had the problem with contacting the other candidate. He could not respond to the questions that were asked due to technical problems, and he was asked these questions through the chat window, to which he responded. I will now ask Angela to read his answers and remind what the questions were before we will further proceed on this election. So again, another recap is that we have two candidates. It's Esra from Sudan and Mustafa from Egypt. Angela.
Thank you. So the first question was from SOP Denmark. Why the candidate could not be present during the World Congress? And the answer, I am not able to attend the World Congress this year because I have my last summer course in my last year in my faculty in this time, but I will be free this year all the time because I'm graduated. Second question. From Casif, Brazil. Which designing skills do you have besides Photoshop InDesign, for example, also regarding further programming of different designs? My designing skills beside Adobe Photoshop are Adobe After Effects, Adobe Flash, Adobe Illustrator, Adobe InDesign, Adobe Premiere, and Adobe Audition. If you need any further clarification, please let me know. Then there is CZ PSA Czech Republic. Would your work plan include a change of the color code as currently used? The answer was no, because every brand has its own color and stable theme, and people know you through your theme and color, so changing them would make confusion. These were the three. Oh yeah. And what have you added to IPSF EMRO during your mandate as ICCO? I have added a lot for the IPSF EMRO this year. My plan was depending on increasing the insights of the social media and making a real interaction with the audience, so the Facebook page was reached the twice of the number of the last year. I gave many sessions about marketing in many faculty of pharmacy here in Egypt, talking about IPSF and IPSF EMRO roles in the community. I am one who is responsible for promoting the EMPS this year by making a great strategic campaign depending on the social media, videos and graphic designs. I was connecting with all CPs in my EMRO region, encouraging to promote their events on both of their own social media and on the IPSF EMRO page to encourage them to work with whole spirit without being tired. I am also working on updating the website permanently and provide periodical tips to aware pharmacy students and pharmacists about different skills in pharmaceutical practice, in addition to publishing public health tips according to World Health Days. These were the answers. He also explained that there was a crash of electricity, and this is why the call could not be continued. So it was not in the hand of the candidate. Further clarification needed on any of these questions? Thank you. Then I'm passing the chair to Radek.
So, as this is the entire point that was tabled for later, we technically should follow the regular procedure with displaying the forms, opening the debate, then the closed debate. However, as we reached to the open debate, during which I waited until every single question was taken down and asked, I am not very willing to reopen this, and my suggestion would be to simply move to the closed discussion. I would like to know what is the GA's opinion in an informal way, whether this is what we should follow.
Okay, everyone, every single delegation, can you please show me your emotion cards? Okay, I see the majority, I see no reds. That means we will simply move to the closed debate. Can I then please ask everyone not to use your computers, switch off the live streaming, leave the room if you have to at the moment, otherwise it may take some time. Can I please also ask a helping committee member to keep the doors closed at the very back of the room? Okay, time is up. Let's go back to our seats respectively. Time is up. EPSF Egypt, time is up. Please go back to your seats. Yeah. So we're using secret ballot number 29 with 3 available options for voting as displayed. Esra, Mustafa, or reopen. Once you have casted your vote, raise your hands up high so our scrutineers can run to your table and pick it up. Has everyone delivered their votes? If you did not, please raise your red emotional card up high. You have, okay, good. Luca, the chairperson would like to invite you to come to this stage and do exactly the same for everyone. I see our parliamentarian is an obstacle. What a pity. Can we ask the candidate to come into the room? That's up. Can we please find the candidate outside? We'll call Mustafa too.
Anna, can we also have the live streaming on, if it's possible, wherever you are? Okay. I have the pleasure to announce that Ms. Esra Nurleddin from Sudan has been elected to serve as the Chairperson of Media and Publications 2014-2015. Congratulations. Moving on with the agenda, we will now be taking point 5.9. Okay, technical. Oh, sure. Sorry. Is this sufficient for everyone? Motion cards? Good. So moving on. We'll now take agenda point 5.9, election of the Chairperson of Public Health. For the mandate 2014-2015, we have received 2 nomination forms from Ms. Barbara Skolacik Vilela from Brazil and Mr. Alvaro Leon Torres from Colombia. I will follow the regular procedure, and first of all, I will display Barbara's form on the screen.
I'd like to invite Barbara to come to the stage and give her 3-minute old presentation.
Good afternoon, everyone. So this year I had an interesting experience. I got to participate in a dean's election in the faculty where my father works. And I decided after that experience that I would do nothing like that. I can't make any promises here that I'm not going to be able to keep. So what I can say is that I'll be very dedicated to my work as I have been in the past. I will be open to new ideas, and I will work very hard. That's my main point here throughout the whole mandate. Over my experience, I have acquired many skills that I feel will be very important for this position, such as time management, leadership skills, and I've acquired a extensive amount of knowledge of quality assurance tools that I think will be very helpful for this portfolio this year. My expected outcomes for this position are, by the end of the mandate, to have very structured and innovative projects so that the next few years they will have already a plan to follow and adjust accordingly, to have a stronger relationship with WHO and possibly other partners that could help in our public health campaigns. And I also expect to love this position and love this work as much as I have loved working with student organizations for the past 10 years. So this is basically what I love to do, and this is my motivation for this. Thank you.
Thank you, Barbara. We will now follow the same procedure for Alvaro. Can we have the slides on the screen?
Anna, can we have the slides on the screen, please?
Thirty seconds per screen. I will now invite Alvaro to come to the stage and give his 3-minute oral speech to address the GA.
Good afternoon, official delegates, EXCOs, member of the public, and the people who saying this in YouTube that are some IPSFers, friends of mine. I have a speech. The work of our chairperson is a tough work, but satisfying when you do get results based on your dedication and effort. Many of the friends I've met in the first Congress, my first Congress, from countries of every region, become chairpersons, and I'm very proud of them and their achievements. And also they were telling me about their work and their duties and stuff, and they were encouraging me to follow their steps in the position I love the most, the public health. I know hard working is coming, and I'm pretty sure I have energy to face it. I also asked for a 1-year visa to make sure I won't have problems with that. And talked with my boss. He agreed with all that crazy things that I have in my mind, so that's really good. And yeah, I guess I'm ready to do it with the best conditions. Going back to the nomination, I have 4 main projects that are my plan during the term. Those are making a compilation of all the public health activities done by all the associations worldwide in a huge wiki that can help with ideas for every country that wants to do another different public health campaigns. I call them the IPSF Public Health Database. And the second one is to convert the actual campaigns into something easy to deal in printing. The third one is to design interactive contents for the campaigns that can be used for everyone instead of the paper. And the last one is the medication adherence campaign, which I consider important. And I discussed it in the workshop of today with at 11 with the public, and they give me more reasons to do it. You know my main projects, but also the idea is to continue the things done by Sheena and by the last chairpersons of public health. You know, WHA, public health newsletters, and campaign coordination, and etc. They are the basic activities of the chairperson of public health, so I guess I want to do it. And I have to do it with the same quality of my predecessor. I'm pretty sure our chatting was so fast and was really with not long time. It was last week. So I have to prepare, if I am elected, to an energetic and great hangover with China. Whatever you choose, it's okay. Latin America is ready to make this challenge together, even if it's with Barbara or it's with me. And last but not least, I want to remind you that IPSF spirit is more passion than politics. It's more teams than working groups. Okay. It's more action than things written in a paper. And it's more friendships than contacts and networking. Thank you for your time, and viva la pharmacie.
Thank you. We will now have both candidates come to the stage and answer the questions of the General Assembly. I would like to open the floor for a discussion. Are there any questions or comments? ASEP Algeria.
Noor, ASEP Algeria. In your opinion, what's your main project and campaign that you'll focus on it if you are elected?
Barbara and then Alvaro.
Well, I believe, of course, all campaigns are very important, but I do have a strong passion for Vampire Cup because it was the first campaign that I have worked on. Not saying that I would focus all my efforts on it, but personally, that is the campaign that I would strongly work on. But it is a humanitarian campaign if you want more on terms of public health awareness. I think that diabetes awareness is an important campaign, and it's a major issue that the world faces today. So I believe, while all are important, that these are my personal favorites.
Alvaro?
Okay, all the campaigns are important, and I'm pretty sure I'm going to put the same effort for everyone. But if I have to choose a project, I will choose one of my plan, and this is the public health wiki, the public health database, because it requires a lot of work and coordination, and I guess it will be helpful for everyone. So it's like my main project in this moment.
Lucas, followed by BPSA UK. Then we also have BUPS Bangladesh on the list. And APHASP, just as a, no, sorry, SPSA. Lucas? Yeah.
I want to ask for you, as both Latin Americans, I want to know the projects for the region. What do you have as projects for the region?
For Paro. Me first or she first?
Alvaro first and then Barbara.
Okay, for Latin America, we have different projects. You know, we have a lot of inactive projects. I want to revive one of them, this malaria project, because I was involved in that. And I guess it's important to try to keep alive everything that we do, not just for a while, just keep it alive. So malaria will be my main project for Latin America.
Well, I believe it's important to give continuity to the projects we have been working on, which are Diabetes Campaign and Healthy Living, and also Vampire Cup. And I do agree with Alvaro when he talks about malaria, but I would go further to say vector-borne diseases in general are a big issue in Latin America and the Para region. So I would maybe encourage a project in that sense.
Thank you. We will now give the floor to BPSA UK, followed by BUPS Bangladesh.
Acacia, BPSA UK. I'd like to know what are your plans in terms of work and education for your term of mandate?
Barbara, followed by Alvaro.
So if I understood the question.
Just a point of explanation, it's very difficult to hear you here on the stage. That's why I'm repeating pretty much every single question to everyone, as I've kind of gotten used to this already. So also please support them by speaking out loud and clear. Thank you. Barbara and then Alvaro.
So if I understood the question correctly, you want to know our time availability for the next year? So I have graduated in December, and I'm currently applying for a master's program, but in Brazil they have set schedules, so I will be applying at the end of the year, but I don't see it as a main time constraint, as I have worked with this before and with other positions at the same time.
Alvaro?
Well, actually, I'm also a pharmacist too at this moment. Graduated pharmacist. So yeah, I have a lot of time, and I said it before. I made a consensus with my bosses, and they said, "Yeah, you can do whatever you have in your mind."
Thank you. BUPS Bangladesh, followed by APHASP United States.
Hi, Samin, BUPS Bangladesh. I have seen your presentation, it was wonderful. I have two questions in common. Number one, what are your plans to promote advocacy in the art of policy making? And two, what are your travel plans in your mandate?
Just one question, please.
Okay.
Please repeat the question
the
that
first
you want
one,
to be
okay.
answered.
What are your plans in promoting advocacy in the art of policy making? Thank you.
Okay. Alvaro, followed by Barbara.
Okay, policymaking is a long life discussion, but well, actually I don't have plans to be involved in policy instead of the ones that IPSF have, because you know IPSF has relations with some institutions that advocate for the public health, like WHO. So I actually don't have a plan to make another ones, but keeping the relations and going to the WHA, and let me see if we have needs for policy involvement. I can do it, even if here or even being a young pharmacy group member in FIP.
Barbara?
Oh, I haven't been involved in the policy committee this year, and what I have learned is that first of all, you have to start early so you can get a good quality statement and intervention. Also, I feel it's very interesting if you can have statements with other organizations, it just makes them stronger. So I would encourage joint statements. These are my current plans, incorporating them into my overall plan of structure and creating timelines for all that will happen.
Thank you. Now APHA ASP, followed by SPSA Slovakia.
Nelly Jafari, APHA ASP USA. My question is, you both seem to have a lot of public health campaign experience. In your opinion, which one has, do you feel like has made the greatest impact to you?
Barbara, followed by Alvaro.
Well, my reply may be a bit biased by my reply earlier. I do believe it's the Vampire Cup because most of our campaigns are currently based on awareness, and Vampire Cup currently does bring, in my view, actual results and impact to the populations it involves. But again, I do feel they're all important and would encourage them all.
Alvaro?
Yeah, I actually think the same with my colleague. You know, it's really important to know that we have all these campaigns because they all have a lot of impact. Maybe the one who has more impact for me is the diabetes and healthy living. Because there's a lot of population who has this cardiovascular diseases and stuff that I won't give it because I will stay talking so much. And that's mine. Obviously, if we have to talk about the pharmacist plus public health awareness, that's the reason I'm proposing the medicines adherence, because it will have an impact of everything, of the patients, and it will have an impact to the pharmacists too.
Thank you. SPSA Slovakia, followed by CAPSI Canada.
Nina, SPSA Slovakia. I would like to ask, do you have any new ideas for new public health campaigns?
Alvaro, followed by Barbara.
Well, I told in my application and in the speech that my new idea is to do the medicines adherence campaign, because I guess it's really, really important because it has an impact to the pharmacist and has an impact to the patient. So this is my idea to do a new campaign. This is my new campaign.
Barbara?
Over the past year, IPSF has received several forms with ideas for new campaigns. So I would like to first analyze all those ideas and maybe discuss with the CPs which ones are more applicable to the whole world, because although I have a good view on public health, it is mostly towards Paro, and I will need to focus on the entire world now. So I would like the input of everyone on deciding. So I would get these new ideas that have already been submitted and have already a project behind them that shown they have worked in the past.
Okay, thank you. As it's been exactly 5 questions, I would like to check with the General Assembly whether you have been provided sufficient information for voting. Everyone, please. I see only green cards. Thereby, can I please have a proposal for closing the discussion? ASEP Switzerland, seconded by CPSA Croatia. All those against closing the discussion, please raise your voting cards up high. Any abstentions? The discussion has been closed, and we will now be moving to the closed discussion. Everyone knows the procedure. Please close your laptops, mobile devices, tablets. We'll ask the candidates to leave the room for a good, refreshing walk outside, as well as we will turn off the live streaming. Please confirm. ATEP Tunisia, please do not consult with any other delegation. This is intra-delegation discussion. Okay, the time is up. Please start making your way to the back of the room. NAPSA Australia, the intra-delegation picnic is over. Please go back to your seats. You guys are my favorite. I can't even look that way. It's so embarrassing every single time I do it. APEF Portugal, please send your delegates back to the back room, to the back of the room. Good. Anna, can we have the slides? Thank you. Okay. For this voting, we'll be using the secret ballot number 30. The available options for voting are Barbara, Alvaro, or reopen. Please do not state anything else on the secret ballots. Once you are ready, raise your hands up high so the scrutineers can collect your votes. Does anyone still have their votes? If yes, red cards up high. No, so it's all been delivered. We'll now clarify the outcome. Meanwhile, at the back, can we please open the door and look for the candidates and invite them back to the room? Yes, please open and find them. I believe so. José, can we elect him? I have the pleasure to announce that Ms. Barbara Vilela has been elected to serve the Federation as the Chairperson of Public Health 2014-2015. Congratulations. We will now finally take the point 5.11 of the agenda, election of the chairperson of the African Regional Office. Just as a recap, we have received 2 nominations, one from Ms. Magabo Hauke from South Africa, and from another one from Mr. Prosper Maposa from Zimbabwe. This morning I also told you that we were unable to reach the first candidate, and in this case I will now pass the floor to Angela so she can explain what the standard operating procedure is.
So as I already explained in the morning, the candidate was informed right after the approval of the nomination a month ago about the date of the elections here in Portugal, and already a week ago when she asked for the specific time frame. Then I tried to reach out to her also 2 days ago, and today I also used means as Facebook, and there was no response at all, and therefore the proposal is to show the nomination form on the screen, but since questions can only be directed to one candidate, we will proceed in this way. Are there any comments? Can I see motion cards, please? Thank you. Then we will proceed as previously. The nomination forms will be shown on the screen for 30 seconds per slide, and then we will move on to the round of questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. The form is on the screen.
No, can you sit? Because they're reading. Thank you. I'll allow a little bit more time for this screen. I will now display the form of Prosper. Since we don't need 30 seconds to look at Prosper's signature, I will ask him to come to the stage for his 30 second speech.
Good afternoon, official delegates and observers in the back. My name is Prosper Maposa, and I'm from Zimbabwe. The reason why I'm running again for the position of the African Regional Office Chairperson is that the last mandate was a learning curve. It was filled with a lot of lessons from mistakes and the good things that we managed to achieve. This year, I'm hoping that we improve the quality of the projects that we have to run and to increase the number of members that we have. Well, I know some say half a loaf is better than nothing, but to me, half a loaf is not a result. So I think this is time for us to have a key result-oriented approach and actually get results from all the things that we did last year. I'd rather we do 3 more things and accomplish them than do 5 things and have them half finished. So this is the reason and motivation for my rerunning for this position. Thank you very much. I don't have much to say.
I will now open the floor for a discussion. Any questions or comments? ASEP Algeria, followed by GPSA Ghana.
Samir from Algeria. I have a question about what you accomplished last year in during your mandate as a chairperson of Afro region. You said that you accomplished you had a great result. So would you develop that and give us what you developed and what the positive things that you added to the Afro region? Thank you.
Thank you for your question. I presented my report. To this General Assembly, and I'm sure you also have it in your symposium folders. The first thing that we were focusing on this year was membership promotion. And as you shall see, as we move forward with the General Assembly, we also have members applying for membership for IPSF. However, we approached more members than the ones that you're going to see here. As such, I think it is now time to follow up with the new members, potential member countries that want to apply for IPSF. Also, last year, for the first time in the African Regional Office, we managed to meet our target of having enough countries reporting on our focus project, which was the leaders in training. To me, that was a highlight to say it's not all about I am going to improve communication during my mandate, but the communication can actually be improved and people can actually report on the activities that they are doing. So it's more a matter of improvement from where we started to move forward and see how best we can do it. Thank you.
GPSA Ghana, followed by BPSA UK.
GPSA Ghana, Deborah. I'd like to know some of the obstacles you faced this past year, how you went about them, some of the obstacles as the Afro region, as the Afro regional chairperson, some of the obstacles you faced and how you went about them.
Thank you for the question. Well, there's always a lot of challenges, and I'd say the very first thing that we learned the hard way was that in as much as we do a lot of online meetings, there is no substitute for that human touch. There is need for us to have face-to-face meetings as the regional working group, and that is often overlooked, especially when we talk about how we're going to overcome the problem of communication breakdown. As such, it is unfortunate that during the year we could not have any face-to-face meeting due to the unavailability and obviously financial challenges with some of the members, but we then managed to have one of the face-to-face meetings just before the African Pharmaceutical Symposium. The second obstacle that I could talk about is during the organization of the African Pharmaceutical Symposium, registration was a little slow. So we needed to take more aggressive measures to see how best we can encourage people to come and register. For some, I ended up personally calling people responsible for them. For instance, deans of the schools and presidents of the pharmaceutical societies in their countries. And in the end, we have a number that actually had their payments directly from the school or from the society, and we had a representation of 13 countries. Thank you.
BPSA UK, followed by ASEP Algeria.
Acacia, BPSA UK. Is there anything you would do differently this year, well, the next term of mandate, than your last one?
I didn't get a question.
No, you can't hear me? Okay. Is there anything you would do differently in the next term of mandate from your last one?
Yes. Thank you for that question again. We take lessons from a lot of different things. I think this year what was lacking is the inter-regional collaboration, and I feel it is very important. People from different regions are exposed to different experiences, and this year I feel it is a year where we don't have to do the same mistakes that are being done in our region or in another region, but instead learn from the people from different regions and see how best we can move forward efficiently to achieve our positive results. Thank you.
ASEP Algeria, followed by anyone who wants to speak.
Noor, ASEP Algeria. I'd like to know what are your objectives of this year that you want to achieve? The new objectives, I mean, not.
The three main things that I look forward to achieving this year is first, increase membership. I think that is the main step that we want to focus on again this year. The second thing is to focus on our focus project as mandated by the 3rd Regional Assembly. And the third thing is to also try and advocate for a higher representation in more congresses such as this one. As you can see this year, not many people managed to come from the African Regional Office due to different challenges. But however, we are not going to focus on the challenges, but instead on how to solve the challenges that they had to go through this year. Thank you.
Is there anyone else who would like to make a comment or ask a question? GPSA Ghana can also remind the delegates in the back that you also have speaking rights, and that's very welcome.
Deborah, GPSA Ghana, with reference to the last statement you made about having a higher representation, how will you do that? With reference to what you just said about you would ensure that you have higher representation in congresses such as this, how would you do that?
Thank you very much for the question. Though I believe we can answer this in detail, not in front of General Assembly, in short, the main challenges that people were facing is not knowing where to get the support for their travel expenses and denials for with the travel documents such as the visa. So with regards to support for their travels, well, I cannot support them financially personally, but I can help them source the sponsorship as we did for the African Pharmaceutical Symposium. And in terms of the travel restrictions, I believe more can be done from our end as IPSF to try and help the reception committee with some of the documentation that can support them to see how best they can then have the event being recognized by these respective foreign ministries in their countries. Thank you.
Is it technical? Technical for GPSA Ghana?
Adora from Ghana. I think that the reason why a lot of Africans aren't here is not because of travel expenses, but rather visa situations. So just to correct that, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. And it also depends on the way you look at it. But thank you.
Okay, before I allow another question, I would like to just check your feedback, whether sufficient information was provided to the General Assembly for voting. That means I won't allow you for another question. Can I please have a proposal for closing the discussion? And Okay, I will allow 2 more questions in this case, as I've seen quite a few cards. So GPSA Ghana and anyone else who would like to speak will be given the floor, and then I'll ask for closing. Ghana.
At GPSA Ghana, I'd like to find out from you how many countries in your region, how many of them are you able to organize exchange programs, like within the region? Because as within the region, within member states in the region, how many countries are able to, and should I say, participate in exchange programs?
Say that again.
Like in the African region, like how many countries? How many countries or many students this year were able to participate in exchange programs? Like where I will be participating in exchange programs.
How many?
The number of students, probably just should I say approximation, or the countries of participating.
I'm sorry, I cannot give you accurate numbers, but if it's numbers you want to know, maybe you can refer to us in the Chairperson of Student Exchange after this. But if there is anything else that is leading from that question, I'd be happy to know it and I can respond to it.
BPHD Germany, direct comment.
Melanie, BPHD Germany, you can actually look it up at the SEP official website, how many students from, for example, your association or other African countries went for SEP this year and the last years. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. As this was 2 comments, now, as I said, I will ask for a proposal to close the discussion. Proposed by NAPSUS Serbia, seconded by EPSF Egypt. All those against closing the discussion, please raise your voting cards up high. Any abstentions? The discussion has been closed. We will now move to the closed discussion, so we'll ask Prosper to leave the room. Everyone to close your laptops, the lids of your laptops, your mobile devices, phones. Everyone also in the back. For this discussion, please refrain from using your phones and tablets. Mr. Paladin. I have the pleasure to announce that Mr. Prosper Maposa has been elected to serve the Federation for another year as the chairperson of the African Regional Office. Congratulations and best wishes for another year. Here's the slide for those who are interested in the outcome. So just take a look before I move on. Oh, sorry. Apologies. We will now continue our discussions on financial matters. Okay. Just as you were informed in the morning, we will not continue with the candidate for the chairperson of the Asia Pacific Regional Office, as the candidate is still on his way and is not ready yet. So whenever it is available, we will get back to you so we can take that final election. But don't worry, just the budget and then a coffee break. So just waiting for slides. Can we put the slides on? Paolo? Slides? Thank you. Thank you. We will now be discussing the proposed budget for the financial year of 2015. The motion reads, this is the 60th IPSF General Assembly accepts and adopts the budget for the financial year of 2015. I will display the budget and then Lawrence will provide an overview. However, as a motivation for this motion, following the change of the financial year, the discussion on the transition period, this is the budget for the entire calendar year of 2015 that we will be approving today.
Can you read it when it's displayed this way? It's also in your Congress folders. Otherwise, they're not going to see it. It was printed, right? So you have it printed in your Congress folders. My suggestion is that you have it in front of you. Otherwise, you're not going to be able to connect the amounts with what they stand for. I can try to do my best, but it may equally just not work. So I believe this is the best I can do on the screen. Is everyone ready with the printed version? Can I please see your motion cards? Everyone, emotion cards. Seems that there's major agreement. Are we ready? Lala Lawrence, Mr. Ort, you can present.
So the categories haven't changed since the last budget. Most things are budgeted looking back at this year. For the membership fees, I already made the calculations for next year, so this is pretty accurate. The only thing which is still a guess is for the prospect membership, but we usually do around €1,000, and sometimes we have a bit more, sometimes we have a bit less. Student exchange is also a bit of a tricky one because, again, the SEB year hasn't finished yet. I do know already from Miranda that there's an increase in student exchanges, so there's also an increase in the budget for SEB. I'm hoping to have some sponsorship support, as Jacob did a lot of work for the preparations for that, and I'm very confident that Filipa will take over and get some money in. We've budgeted still quite low, and if we get more, then we have more. Unforeseen credit is still the RPCF apartment donations, etc. Interest of our IPF bank account is basically €1,000 for a year. It might be a bit more. And merchandise out is what we sell over next year, including next year's Congress. So that's the income. And then for the expenses, we have about 21,000 for travel expenses, 21.5. This is like normal, or at least like last year, 1,500 for the president, 13,000 for EM2 and 3 of the executive, the incoming executive, and EM1 of the executive after that. We have some budget for the FIP Congress, for WHO. We got €4,000 additionally for executives to travel. We got basically the standard amount of €500 for the PO flights. Sometimes the PO has to go from The Hague to, let's say, Brussels or to Geneva for WHO stuff. This can be used for. For the first time now, I've budgeted something for SEC, the Student Exchange Committee. SEP is generating a lot of income, and we are basically not doing anything back for them, and this is then used to do a face-to-face meeting with the SEC members. We tried that this year without budget, and the feedback was that they would have had a lot more people coming if there was some part of the budget being reserved for that. So that's why I now budgeted €1,000. And then the standard WHSF representative travel expenses. The regional offices all get €1,500 again. Domains and publication, €2,000 for promotional material. This is basically, business cards again, but also anything that has to do with promotion, like now the stickers, the pens, etc. Printed publication, €3,500 for, our publications. Website, €1,000. This might be a bit much as our new web host potentially just charges us a yearly fee, and also the host costing will be a yearly fee. And but this is just to take it safe. Then to projects. The only project we actually budgeted money for is a WH side event. This is something that really is relevant to us and really shows us at WHO. And we can make it a bigger event if we have a bit of money for that. I don't know if you remember but we did spend this year about €550 on that, but we can do it bigger. This was still the first phase. It was quite small. We want to make it bigger. Then going to apartment, well, rent, electricity, phone, water, it's all pretty standard. Equipment, €500 just in case something needs to be bought. And miscellaneous apartment expenses, it doesn't really make sense if we have an unforeseen expenses for the total budget, so I took that out. Permanent officer, €5,000. This is basically a how would you say that? It's not really a salary, but it's a €90 per week allowance for the PO for in the office. Comes a total to around €5,000. Office expenses, €50 for stationery in case we need it for the office. Some cost for postage if we have to send something out of the office, which FIP will not refund for us. Chamber of Commerce, once again, to register new executives. I'm not expecting to have a notary next year. Bank fee, €750. We have quite... this is a bit lower than normal, or at least than previous years, but we have a cheaper account at the ABN, so it will be around €750. Accountant will be paid again, which always gets €3,000. Other expenses are just anything other at the office, just to be safe. Merchandise, as we have a lot of merchandise new now, I put it a bit more... a bit of a decrease next year because we do want to sell what we already have now. So we can buy new stuff, but we also should get rid of the old in a positive way. And then again, money for trophies and awards. 750 will go to the IPSF reserve, and €750 will go to the 75th anniversary reserve. And then we have an unforeseen of about 5%. Of €3,433, which adds up to a total of €67,700. Questions?
I would like to open the floor for a discussion. Are there any questions? BOOPS Bangladesh.
Hi, Samin, BOOPS Bangladesh. Thank you for the presentation, Lawrence. I want to know the IPSF unforeseen expenses. Can you detail a bit?
Could you please clarify what you mean by your question?
There is a one-point name, IPSF unforeseen expenses of €3,433. Can you detail a bit?
You mean the last thing, the unforeseen expenses?
Yeah.
Basically, that is in case anything happens. I heard it this morning from Australia, the rainy day fund. Just if there's anything we didn't foresee in the budget and we can't place it anywhere else, we have a bit of a leeway to use it. It's not basically not supposed to be used, but if we need it, then it's there.
Any other questions? Last chance. Otherwise, the Discussion is now closed and we will move to the voting. Can I please have the slides on the screen? RC. Okay. So all those against accepting this report, budget for 2015 as presented, raise your voting cards up high. Any abstentions? The budget has been accepted unanimously. Congratulations once more. Most likely we would now like to suggest a coffee break. We'll just double checking if it's ready. And after the coffee break, we will have a debate on 2 motions suggested by the Executive Committee. Am I correct? After the break, motions will be in regards to the Advisory Board and the Auditing Committee, but they will be presented to the General Assembly after a break. Okay. In this case, can I please have a proposer for suspending the standing orders? ASEP Algeria, very enthusiastically, seconded by SNAP Sweden. All those against suspending the standing orders, please raise your voting cards up high. Any abstentions? The standing orders have been suspended. We will now perform the roll call. After the roll call, we will have announcements from Mr. Ort.
Scrutineers, please collect voting cards and envelopes. Thank you. ASEPA Algeria, NAPS Australia, AFEP Austria, CAPSI Canada, CPSA Croatia, CSAT PSA Czech Republic, SOP Denmark, EPSF Egypt, JET-PSA Jordan delegated to EPSF Egypt, PIPSA Finland, ANEB France, BPHD Germany, GPSA Ghana, SAPS South Africa delegated to GPSA Ghana, HUPSA Hungary, IPASF India was not present. Then we have APS Japan, KEFSA Kenya, ZPSA Zimbabwe delegated to KEFSA Kenya, MyPSA Malaysia, KNPSV Netherlands, YP Poland, APEF Portugal, QFUS Qatar, KNEPS Korea, PASFA Romania, NAPSA Serbia, NUPSA Singapore was not present, SPSA Slovakia, SHUSSOVET Slovenia, FEF Spain, FPSA Sudan was not present, SNAP Sweden, ASEP Switzerland, PSUT Thailand, ATEP Tunisia, TPAYC Turkey, BPSA United Kingdom, APHA ASP USA, and FERC of Costa Rica delegated to APHA ASP USA. Thank you.
Announcements.
So this is my favorite part of the day. After lunch, there were some people late. 4 people from Spain, so both 2 in the back and 2 in the front. Cassandra was late. Our friend from ASPA Egypt was late. Someone from Finland was late. Colombia was late, both of them. The person from Sudan was late. Irma was late. And that was it.
Thank you for your donations. We will
Luca is motions committee, and you only accepted the motion for ODs and executive.
We will convene the GA again at 10 to 5. So go grab your coffee, enjoy a little bit, and then make it back to the room and your seats as soon as you can.
Everyone, welcome back after the break. Please take your seats as we are now proceeding with the roll call. You are given exactly 3 seconds to take your seats so we can start the yet another General Assembly session. Scrutineers are at the front, ready.
Can you announce that? Just say it's a formality.
Is everyone paying attention? Along with the roll call, Lawrence will also be distributing the auditing committee report, just so everyone also has it. It was discussed, but that's just for your future reference. So floor goes to Angela for the roll call.
Thank you. SEPA Algeria. Please send out voting cards and envelopes. NEPSA Australia, AFEB Austria, CAPSI Canada, CPSA Croatia, CSAT PSA Czech Republic, SOP Denmark, EPSF Egypt, JETPSA Jordan delegated to EPSF Egypt. We have FIPSA Finland, ANEP France. BPHD Germany, GPSA Ghana, SAPS South Africa delegated to GPSA Ghana, HUPSA Hungary, not present. IPASF India, IPHSA Iran, not present. APS Japan, KEFSA Kenya, ZPSA Zimbabwe delegated to KEFSA Kenya, both not present. MIPSA Malaysia, KNP Sweden Netherlands, YP Poland, APEF Portugal, QFUS Qatar not present, KNEPS Korea, FASFA Romania, NAPSA Serbia, NUSPA Singapore not present, SPSA Slovakia, SHSFD Slovenia, technical comment from Ghana. Just a second, please. What's the technical comment, please? Okay, thank you. You're complete now? Thank you. FEFF Spain, FPSA Sudan, SNAP Sweden, ASAP Switzerland, PSOT Thailand, RTEP Tunisia, TPAYC Turkey, BPSA United Kingdom, APHA ASP USA, and FERCOF Costa Rica delegated to APHA ASP USA. Can we have the slides back, please? Austria was also not present. "34 full members present and voting."
Thank you, Angela. Can I have a proposal for resuming the standing orders? BPHD Germany, seconded by BPSA UK. All those against resuming the standing orders, please raise your voting cards up high. Any abstentions? The standing orders have been resumed. And we will now be moving on with motions proposed by the Executive Committee when they are displayed. I'll read the motion. This, the 60th IPSF General Assembly, mandates the Executive Committee to amend the official documents to change the advisory board to consist of 5 members from at least 3 different nations, including three immediate past Executive Committee members, 1 past Executive Committee member, and 1 honorary life member. The past Executive Committee member and the honorary life member are recommended to be from 2 different mandates. This shall be achieved by the 1st of October 2014. This motion shall be reviewed by the 61st IPSF General Assembly. Angela will provide motivation for this motion.
So in general, the idea is to bring more, extend the experience that the advisory board can bring to the executive committee, because so far we usually receive immediate advice or advice from the immediate past executive committee members, and with this motion we want to have the view from earlier executive committees to be brought to the executive committee.
Jarno, can you please take your seat?
What?
Jarno, if you have a technical comment, please raise your hand up high. Request a microphone. First, BPHD Germany with a technical comment, then FIPSA Finland with a technical comment. Liz, can you give your microphone to BPHD? Now it works.
Chris, BPHD Germany. I want to ask the executive team, please keep watching on something like that. It happened quite a time that participants got to the OD during the GA session.
Okay, thank you for the comment.
Jarno, FIPSA Finland. I just was there. I tried to ask domestic rules in paper. I don't get it. So I come for my ODs because I know my ODs has the domestic rules in paper. And asking this. Yep.
Okay, Jarno, I can understand, but still your official delegates are here to represent your organization, and the official documents are also available online. So please respect the rules, and during the break you can come to your table anytime and ask from your delegation whatever you need. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Just to finish up with the motivation for this motion, everyone please start paying attention again.
Is there more clarification needed, more motivation needed from your end? Can I see red and green cards? What I want to add is that in the Congress folder there was a motion printed which is similar but which is not the same, because in the pre-meeting that we had with the official delegates on one of the evening sessions, it was proposed that an immediate team member could be on the advisory board, and this was changed to a past IPSF executive member, because we felt that communication was opened to a group of people which were previously not involved in the executive communication, since the team is includes more people than only executive committee. Do you understand the change? Can I see your cards, please? Otherwise, I cannot proceed. Thank you.
Thank you, Angela. If there are any other clarifications needed, please ask questions during the open debate. I would now like to open the floor for discussion on this motion. ASEP Switzerland, followed by NAPSA Australia. Hands up high if you want to be given a microphone. ASEP? Yeah, this ASEP. So I have ASEP Switzerland, followed by NAPSA Australia, and then BUPS Bangladesh.
Stefan, ASEP Switzerland. Could I ask the executive to provide us summary of the consultative session, a complete summary of what we discussed there for delegates who were not present? This might provide additional information. Thank you.
Okay, I will move on with the next question so Angela can look up for the file. And then I will allow NAPSA Australia to ask their question. And then BUPS Bangladesh.
Z from NAPSA Australia. Stressful. Can I propose an amendment to this motion?
Before you do so, can I please ask the slides to be back on the screen?
So my motion, I would like to include to consist of 5 members from at least 3 different nations and 2 different regional offices, to include the 2 different regional offices in the motion. So just add that sentence into there. Do I need to read out the whole thing?
I believe we understand the concept, but still wording would be good to be had.
So I propose an alteration to the motion to be that mandates the Executive Committee to amend the official documents to change the advisory board to consist of 5 members from at least 3 different nations and 2 different regional offices. And then continue on the same.
Okay, Executive Committee, would you be in favor of accepting this amendment to the motion? Okay, Executive Committee, I need your feedback whether this is acceptable for you to amend this motion to add another criterion of having the members of the advisory board from at least 2 different regional offices. Okay. So this is accepted by the Executive Committee. That means we will simply proceed with further discussion. Angela?
To go back to Stefan's question from ASEP Switzerland, as the recap of the meeting, on this motion, especially the amendment about the different regions was one of the key points mentioned. Other than this, the problematic situation was mentioned that it could be difficult to find enough candidates from all the different regions. But other than this, there was no real concern mentioned in the meeting. Is that okay?
Thank you, Angela. Now, floor goes to BOOPS Bangladesh and anyone else who wants to speak.
BOOPS Bangladesh. In the past advisory board, immediate past president was included. In this board, it will be included?
A point of information, the immediate past president has never been included as a member of the advisory board. Thank you. Are there any other questions or comments in regards to this motion? Can we please have the slide on the screen back again? Thank you. In this case, I'll ask again, are there any other questions or comments in regards to this motion? Can I just ask everyone for a feedback whether you have made your mind in terms of voting? Okay, thank you so much. In this case, I would like to close the floor for a discussion and we will move to the voting procedure. I will reread the motion with the amendment. This, the 60th IPSF General Assembly mandates the Executive Committee to amend the official documents to change the advisory board to consist of 5 members from at least 3 different nations and 2 different regional offices, including 3 immediate past Executive Committee members, 1 past Executive Committee member, and 1 honorary life member. The past Executive Committee member and the honorary life member are recommended to be from 2 different nations. This shall be achieved by the 1st of October 2014. This motion shall be reviewed by the 61st IPSF General Assembly. A technical comment from... Microphone to CAPSI Canada for a clarification.
Cassandra, CAPSI Canada. You said the executive committee member and the honorary life member should be from 2 different nations. Did you mean 2 different mandates, as it stated?
We meant 2 different mandates as it stated, so we can expand the level of past reference that we are receiving through the advisory board. I'm sorry, I meant nation. I should have read mandates, terms of office also, alternatively. All those against this motion, please raise your voting cards up high. Any abstentions? The motion has been carried unanimously. Thank you. Can I please have the slides back again on the screen? The next motion reads, this the 60th IPSF General Assembly mandates the Executive Committee to define a specific time frame for the work carried by the Auditing Committee and the respective guideline, as well as to investigate on the internal structure of the Auditing Committee with the inclusion of the immediate past IPSF Treasurer. This shall be achieved by the 1st of May 2015. This motion shall be reviewed by the 61st IPSF General Assembly. I would like to ask Mr. Ott to provide motivation for this motion.
So basically, for now, the audits always go with a bit of a struggle. People barely know what they're doing and need a lot of help from the treasurer, which could lose its objectivity. So we want to propose to look at to get that more structured and defined. So especially with the change of a financial year, we have to redefine a time frame and also proper guidelines so that the audit committee knows what he's doing. And also the internal structure, we want to look if some experience and some continuity would actually add to the audit committee by adding the immediate past treasurer. That's it.
Thank you. Just to add to this motivation, also the reason why this motion has been changed as compared to what was presented at the informal meeting, we want to look at the ways in which immediate past treasurer with immediate past reference in terms of finances of the federation can contribute to the committee without any conflicts of interest, namely reviewing the finances that were run by himself or herself, respectively. Angela will also be able to now provide you with an overview of what was discussed at the informal meeting. She only needs a second to find, she has the minutes already in front of her. So I will open the floor for a discussion, and I will give the floor to Angela first. If you want to speak, raise your hands up high so I can take the list of speakers meanwhile. Angela.
In the informal meeting, first, there were some questions about the current duties and the current structure of the auditing committee that were clarified. After that, there was some concern that the immediate past treasurer might have a conflict of interest while being co-opted or while being part of the auditing committee, since he was not, since the distance between his mandate and the current mandate might not be sufficient. And after this input, we reconsidered the previous motion and defined that we will need more time to elaborate on all the consequences of this potential change. And this is why we changed the main action to the guideline, to the definition of the time frame and investigation of this addition to the auditing committee. Is that clear? Green cards, red cards, please. Thank you.
In this case, are there any questions or comments? ASEP Switzerland.
Stefan ASEP. First of all, I want to have a clarification. Does that mean that you more or less withdrew your original motion and just postponed the investigation to next year? Do you know what I mean?
Could you please repeat?
Does this motion mean that you withdrew your original motion? Yes. Okay. Personally, I just don't think that the concerns we have this year will disappear in 1 year because it's still the same. I don't agree with having an immediate past IPSF treasurer in the audit committee. We have expressed those concerns in the meeting. I don't think they will disappear during 1 year because the principle remains the same, even if time passes. So that's why I would want to propose an amendment to just, remove the part as well as to investigate on the internal structure of, with the inclusion of the immediate past IPSF treasurer. We really don't need the immediate past treasurer in that, in my opinion.
Let me check with the executive committee if we agree as a team. So in principle, as the executive committee, we can agree to this amendment. For us, we were also taking that concern for our discussion today, and we do recognize that there might be some potential conflict of interest. However, we investigated what's the real problem there, and the real problem there is the transition between two immediate past treasurers technically. So this is why we still decided to keep it for today's discussion, to investigate how this can be avoided so this conflict of interest is not happening. In principle, we are agreeing to this amendment. However, we'll still investigate how this problem can be avoided. Okay, KNPSV the Netherlands.
Simone, KNPSV the Netherlands. Is it maybe an idea to leave out the immediate? So we take the past treasurers in considerations and not specifically the immediate past treasurer?
Asep, can you just express if you would agree to that? And then I believe that the executive committee would agree to keep it this way, as it's also in line with our thoughts.
Stefan Asep, Switzerland, I can agree to that as long as we specify that the immediate past treasurer cannot be part of that. So that you rule out the immediate and then specify with another sentence it cannot be the immediate past treasurer.
I would like to draw your attention to the fact that this is the investigation that will have to be performed and on which we will report back to the GA in a year. So in principle, whatever is in this motion, still the involvement of the immediate past president, treasurer, will be investigated on, as we believe in the team that this immediate past reference is also very much required for the running of the auditing committee. So I would... Execs? The amendment without immediate, would that be okay by you? Just without immediate? Okay. So to this one, we are agreeing, and I am now withdrawing it from the motion. So this would be the wording in this case. And now we can continue the discussion. Are there any questions or comments? CAPC Canada, followed by APHAASP. Can we please have the slides back on the screen? Thank you.
I'm Cassandra, CAPC Canada. I'm just reading it quickly. Just a clarification then, since the treasurer position is 2 years, if I'm correct, would they then have to be on the auditing committee for 2 years? Or can you change after 1 year? Just what would that look like? Thanks.
That would, in principle, imply the 2-year mandate. However, if the GA has any recommendations for a change to happen every single year, we can also investigate on that. And I believe we will also take this 2-year mandate into consideration during our investigation. That's also something that will be accounted for when defining the time frame, as that is crucial here. Okay, APHAASP, and anyone else who wants to speak.
Adrian, APHAASP USA. I wanted to speak on behalf of our organization to say that we are very much in support of developing a process for this. We asked for it last year as we were part of, I was not personally, but Ashley Potter was part of the auditing committee. And so a process would be highly desirable. And also, as far as IPSF, immediate past IPSF treasurer, we would feel fairly comfortable with the idea as long as they are not part of the audit for their own year, their own mandate, 1 year after being immediate past, that would be appropriate. So if there's a way we can word that, if somebody else could suggest how to word that, it would be great.
Thank you, Adrian. This is exactly what we're trying to figure out. ASEP Switzerland with a technical comment.
Stefan, I think on the motion it should read of an past IPSF treasurer.
Yes, sorry, I withdrew a little bit more than I was supposed to. Yeah, thank you for the correction. Anyone else would like to comment or seek clarification on this motion? ASEP Switzerland.
Stefan, I want to comment on the point made by Canada before. I think the time frame of the auditing committee, as we change the financial year now, there has some kind of, it has to be more or less the same time frame as a financial year. And as the auditing committee is probably chosen not totally in accordance with the financial year, it would make sense to take this into consideration.
Yeah, the entire concept of the time frame will account for, first of all, the way the financial year is defined, but then also the transition between the teams. So every single time, for example, every single point at which the audit has to be performed internally, this should happen to be on the time frame, so we can, in a knowledgeable way, account for the structural changes and the guideline for the auditing committee. So this is, of course, taken into consideration. Any other comments or questions? Okay, last call. In this case, the floor for a discussion is closed now, and we will move to the voting procedure on the motion. I will reread the motion again, just for clarity. This, the 60th IPSF General Assembly, mandates the Executive Committee to define a specific time frame for the work carried by the Auditing Committee and a respective guideline, as well as to investigate on the internal structure of the Auditing Committee with the inclusion of a past IPSF treasurer. This shall be achieved by the 1st of May 2015. This motion shall be reviewed by the 61st IPSF General Assembly. All those against this motion, please raise your voting cards up high. Any abstentions? All those in favor, please raise your voting cards up high. Scrutineers, may I please ask your help to count the votes? The motion has been carried. Thank you. Okay, corrected. Oh, I turned it off.
Yeah.
Speaking of the auditing committee, we will now perform the appointment of the auditing committee in line with the past structure. Motion reads this.
I still need to confirm with Austria.
Oh, okay. Why
Radek asked me for you to do something like this.
This is on the slides, Laura, so I can't do it. Okay, okay, okay. So please confirm. Some of these members still have to be confirmed. Thereby, we will move on with another motion. Another motion. This is the 60th IPSF General Assembly accepts and adopts the proposal to reform the IPSF training program, which shall be achieved by the 61st IPSF General Assembly. This motion shall be reviewed at the 61st IPSF General Assembly. Oh. Can we please have the slides back on the screen? Let's see if it works now. Okay. I will reread the motion, as you now may see it. This is the 60th IPSF General Assembly accepts and adopts the proposal to reform the IPSF training program, which shall be achieved by the 61st IPSF General Assembly. This motion shall be reviewed at the 61st IPSF General Assembly. The proposal for this reform has been submitted within the Congress folder. And I will ask Angela to provide motivation for this motion.
Okay. This proposal was not printed in the Congress folder, my apologies, but it was sent earlier to the contact persons and feedback was requested. It mainly includes the establishment of the trainers development camp to create the pool of trainers, which would then be available to provide trainings. And as a second part of the program, Steve from Portugal, you're not allowed to talk to other delegations, thank you. And as a second part of this proposal, the Leaders in Training program should be separate from the Trainers Development Camp. The main motivation is that the trainers who are giving the trainings will go through a preparation before they actually are accredited as professional trainers or as trainers according to IPSF standards before they go to Leaders in Training. Do you need more clarification? Are you aware of this proposal? Can I please see green and red cards? If this is something totally new to you, then you should maybe show me your red cards. If you think this is all okay, then your green cards. Thank you.
I would like to open the floor for a discussion on this motion. Are there any questions or comments? Anyone? If not, I would like to close the floor for a discussion. And we will move to the voting procedure. All those against accepting this motion, please raise your voting cards up high. Any abstentions? The motion has been carried unanimously. Thank you. Another motion. This is the 60th IPSF General Assembly mandates the IPSF President to investigate to arrange an IPSF FIP networking session and IPSF business session at the FIP Congress of Pharmacy and Pharmaceutical Sciences 2015 in Düsseldorf, Germany. This motion shall be achieved by the 30th of March 2015. This motion shall be reviewed by the 61st IPSF General Assembly. There's a technical comment from TPAYC.
Sorry, Sadık, TPAYC Turkey. I think you wrote something wrong there. I mean, before this,
We'll get back to that motion. Thank you.
Welcome.
Sometimes my keyboard is just too sensitive. Thank you. I will provide motivation to this motion myself. First of all, it's the IPSF president who is mandated to perform this investigation because this is the main focal point for the International Pharmaceutical Federation, abbreviated here as FIP. Also, within the current FIP-IPSF agreement for mutual cooperation and development, IPSF is given an opportunity to request a room for an IPSF business meeting during the World Congress of FIP that usually happens in autumn every single year. We've had this opportunity for years, however, due to the proximity of the World Congress mostly, we were not able to implement this session. A year ago, we organized a small reception for IPSF alumni during this Congress, which there are many of them every single year attending, and we found it very valuable. We would like, for the future, this to be implemented more formally, and thereby we're suggesting the GA to express support to an IPSF business meeting during this Congress of FIP. Also, for the IPSF FIP networking session, this is something that was implemented during the FIP Centennial in 2012, which the feedback provided by students was very positive. The session aimed at allowing students brought by IPSF to the conference to network with different FIP officers so they can learn more about opportunities for leadership involvement within FIP, but also for further and broader involvement with professional organizations. This is also why we would like to seek the GA's advice and support in order to implement these two initiatives during this conference continually. Before I open the floor for a discussion, there's a technical comment from NAPSA Australia. NAPSA?
Is he from?
Shake. Can we please have another microphone?
Izzy from NAPSA Australia. Can I just ask the exec to please inform the General Assembly to any changes in the agenda and let us know, if just sort of to keep us on the right track. It's been jumping around quite a lot today. I mentioned this the other day as well, just because for discussions and things for previous days and, to make sure that everything runs smoothly and that we can get all our points across discussing with our entire delegation.
Sure. I understand this point, however, sometimes this is just not possible. As you were informed in this morning, we have candidates that are running for certain positions, and due to their travels, we sometimes have to urgently reschedule some certain things. This is the case today. We still don't have the candidate for the chairperson of Asia Pacific Regional Office available for these elections. In order to be able to use the time which has been scheduled for this afternoon, we decided to move on with the motions suggested by the executive committee. However, if you do not feel capable of discussing them today, you may also request to close the session for today, take a break, and go back to your delegations in order to discuss them, or table a specific point of our discussion for a later agenda point. So these are the possibilities that I can offer.
It's more just to inform us even before the coffee break as to what's coming up next, so that we can inform our delegation to be here, just so that we know what's happening in the next session.
Okay, that is certainly possible. Thank you. In this case, I would like to open the floor for a discussion on this motion, APHA ASP, followed by BPHD Germany.
Can we bring it, Adrian, APHA ASP USA, can we bring the motion back up? There is a wording change I'd like to amend.
Can I please have the slides back on the screen again? I'm sorry, it's difficult to me to see what's happening on my back.
For clarity's sake, I would like to suggest that we amend the motion to say the IPSF president to investigate the arrangement of an IPSF FIP networking session. I believe that that will clarify some of the English and make the statement flow better.
Okay, so the amendment that you're suggesting reads to investigate the arrangement of.
Correct.
Okay, I will put it on the slide and then we will proceed. Just follow. That will be the suggested change. Is the spelling correct? Double R in arrangement. Let me change the language.
Okay. It looks like that is correct.
Thank you. So I saw feedback, positive feedback from everyone. Can you just please restate it? The execs, so I can see. Yeah. Okay, so we are accepting this change. Are there any other questions or comments? BPHD Germany first.
Chris, BPHD Germany. I just want to mention that it's Düsseldorf, not Dusseldorf. And I want to ask if this includes to get in contact with BPHD Germany and also EPSA or not.
Okay, in terms of spelling, Angela.
I know. I am aware that this city is called Düsseldorf, which is in German a different letter. Regardless, for many other languages, there are special letters, as for example in Swedish, in Danish, and we also do not account for these special letters. Therefore, this was modified to a normal U and not to the German spelling. And for the business session motivation, Radek will complete.
Yeah. The business session is entirely IPSF business, as it's clearly defined through the current memorandum of understanding that we have with the main of the global office of the International Pharmaceutical Federation. For the IPSF FIP networking session, it may be a part of the package, and I believe also the business session will be something that will be encouraged to attend to the potential attendees of the student package organized jointly with EPSA and BPHD as a local body. However, at this current stage, we believe that this is of so much value that we would like to have clear expression of the IPSF General Assembly that this is something to be implemented. In terms of logistics, we will be seeking help, and this will be more than welcome from different stakeholders. But also, as at our past meeting, we have expressed that IPSF would be willing to take responsibility of the entire arrangement, and this is basically why this is coming through the IPSF General Assembly. Thank you. Are there any other questions, comments, or clarifications that are required for the General Assembly? Okay, last chance. In this case, I would like to close the floor for the discussion, and we will move to the voting procedure. I will read the motion again. This, the 60th IPSF General Assembly, mandates the IPSF President to investigate the arrangement of an IPSF FIP networking session and IPSF business session at the FIP Congress of Pharmacy and Pharmaceutical Sciences 2015 in Düsseldorf, Germany. This motion shall be achieved by the 30th of March 2015. This motion shall be reviewed by the 61st IPSF General Assembly. All those against this motion, please raise your voting cards up high. Any abstentions? The motion has been carried unanimously. Thank you. Another motion proposed by the Executive Committee, this the 60th IPSF General Assembly, mandates the Executive Committee to further develop the project accreditation system. This shall be achieved by the 61st IPSF General Assembly. This motion shall be reviewed at the 61st IPSF General Assembly. CAPC Canada, a technical comment.
Cassandra, CAPC Canada. I believe this is what Portugal was speaking of, that when we were voting for the IPSF training program, it was on this slide, which is why it says carried unanimously at the bottom.
Okay. Yeah, so now it's correct on the slide. I will ask Angela to provide motivation for this motion.
As most of the contact persons should be aware about, the proposal for this project accreditation system has been shared with the contact persons earlier this year. Feedback has been requested by David, the chairperson of professional development, and since only few feedback was received, it was also rediscussed in the contact person meeting, and in order to maintain these investigations in the next mandate, we want to propose this motion. More clarification needed? Thank you.
I would like to open the floor for a discussion on this motion. Are there any comments, questions, or clarifications? EPSA? Can we have the microphone for EPSA? EPSA?
Svetlana EPSA President, can you please clarify what the project or the system is about? Because I've heard something yesterday at the joint session, but I still haven't understood quite well. Thank you.
So the project accreditation system aims at two things. Second one, I think, is self-explanatory, and basically it enables us to collect data from our members in terms of implementation of the IPSF projects locally in a structured way. So we guide our members through the process of reporting to IPSF so we can get the data we need that will allow us to analyze the members' performance in their countries locally and also nationwide. That's one of the aims of the project. Second one is about guiding members through the process of planning and implementation of IPSF projects on their national and local levels, which means that there are guidelines created in terms of how to plan for our specific initiatives. If our members decide to follow the requirements of the accreditation system, they are accredited, and through that they have an opportunity to be given extra benefits, which means, for example, eventually also international publicity. Does that clarify your question? This is also a mean for IPSF to ensure quality of implementation of IPSF projects when it is not performed directly by the IPSF Executive Committee, but it's performed by the members of the Federation. Angela would like to add something to this.
Yeah. Basically, as I said, this project was proposed earlier during this year and only very few feedback has been received. And I believe this is something for our members when we want to increase the quality of projects that are being held within the countries. So I highly encourage you also during the year, if this is being accepted, to contribute to the discussion, because this can only be established if you participate in this project accreditation. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions or clarifications needed? APHA ASP, United States.
Adrian, APHA ASP USA. I just wanted to say that the PAS system has great promise, and so I think that this is a motion that we are all going to be able to get behind to further develop the process and to really increase our ability to share what we do between countries. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to comment on this motion and the system itself? If not, I would like to close the floor for a discussion, and we will move to the voting procedure. I will reread the motion. This, the 60th IPSF General Assembly, mandates the Executive Committee to further develop the project accreditation system. This shall be achieved by the 61st IPSF General Assembly. This motion shall be reviewed at the 61st IPSF General Assembly. All those against this motion, please raise your voting cards up high. Any abstentions? The motion has been carried unanimously. Thank you. Okay. So as mentioned earlier, due to the election process being delayed, we will now suggest to further move with the executive committee motions, for which I will need to copy and paste them on slide. Thereby I would request 2 minutes to do so. However, the next motions we will be reviewing will be about a voluntary donation to the IPSF Development Fund during the registration process to IPSF events, as well as the development of guidelines for cash payments for several things, as membership fees and also fees to the IPSF events. I have them. Okay. So just as a point of clarification, all these motions have been available on the electronic Congress folder. This is where you can find them. So the suggestion for the remaining part of this afternoon would be that we will take these two extra motions and then we will proceed to another coffee break, after which we could continue with the discussion, with the informal discussion on IPSF official documents, so we can take them tomorrow at the General Assembly session efficiently. Would that be okay? Can we just have your feedback? Okay. Okay, so we are back. The next motion reads this: the 60th IPSF General Assembly mandates the IPSF Treasurer to prepare a guideline to the reception committees of future IPSF events, how cash payments for registration fees shall be handled. This motion shall be achieved by the 30th of September 2014. This motion shall be reviewed by the 61st IPSF General Assembly. Lawrence will provide motivation for this motion.
So the reason behind this motion is that there are some countries which have trouble to make international transfers, but also have visa trouble. I know that from last year as I did registrations. I have heard that this year the same troubles arose. So we need to make guidelines on how to proceed on this, and therefore we, or at least we mandate me, to make guidelines for this. Yeah, if you want to hear more motivation, then please ask.
I would like to open the floor for a discussion on this motion. Are there any questions or comments? Okay, Irma, full Portugal. Hands up high, followed by CAPSI Canada. Oh, sorry, NAPS Australia. Nope, NAPS Australia, the delegate from Canada.
Irma Gomes, IFFL Portugal. I want to speak about the structure of the writing, because there's a connector missing. I think it was supposed to be read like committees of future IPSF events on how, because it's like prepare a guideline, and I think there's something missing there. Please, native English speakers, can you check it? Thank you.
English speakers, feedback. Thank you. XX, do you agree to this gentle amendment? Executive Committee, there's a proposed amendment to this motion that is basically adding on after IPSF events and how cash payments are handled. Do you agree to this amendment? Oh. The amendment is accepted. NAPS Australia.
Oh, there we go. Michael, NAPS Australia. I just wanted to add on to there, no, not an amendment or anything, but that in coming to Congress from Australia, each of our delegates ran into this issue of banking fees. We each got hit with 20 Australian dollar fee on the way out, in addition to a 15 euro fee on the way in. So it's a significant amount of money, and in all likelihood, I probably would have reinvested that in merchandise or something. So it's beneficial for us and for IPSF as well.
Lawrence would like to respond to this.
I'm going to try to make that as clear as possible, but the difficulty with that is that for every country that's different. So for every Congress, yeah, you can really make guidelines on that. This is specifically for cases that countries really cannot pay and have to pay upon arrival, and how to handle that. What documents do they need to send beforehand to be accepted, stuff like that.
CAPSI Canada.
Cassandra, CAPSI Canada, just in response to that, I think an easy way just in the guideline, if you could ask which countries, for those of us who do get hit with additional fees, to inform or have something in the guideline to tell them to inform the CPs of those countries, to inform their delegates, to like anticipate it, so we don't flip out on the reception committee when we think we're getting all these additional fees. So I think that would be something really simple that you could just put on to cover that for future events.
Sure, that's no problem.
Are there any other recommendations or comments? If not, I would like to close the floor for a discussion on this motion, and we will proceed with the voting. I will read the motion now. This, the 60th IPSF General Assembly, mandates the IPSF Treasurer to prepare a guideline to the reception committees of future IPSF events on how cash payments for registration fees shall be handled. This motion shall be achieved by the 30th of September 2014. This motion shall be reviewed by the 61st IPSF General Assembly. All those against this motion, please raise your voting hands up high. Can I also please have slides back on the screen? Okay. So the motion is nearly displayed. It's displayed. All those against this motion, please raise your voting cards up high. Any abstentions? The motion has been carried unanimously. Thank you. The next motion reads, this the 60th IPSF General Assembly mandates the Reception Committee of IPSF Events and the Executive Committee to implement a voluntary donation of an additional fee for the IPSF Development Fund to the participation fee of IPSF events. This shall be achieved by the 1st of December 2014. This motion shall be reviewed by the 61st IPSF General Assembly. Lawrence will provide motivation for this motion.
I will be very short to promote the development fund more. It's completely voluntary. It's just an extra option when registering for an event to add a certain amount to the registration fee, which goes to the development fund.
Is this motivation clear for everyone? Can I please request your feedback? As I see some confused faces here. Everyone? Ghana, do you have any feedback? Thank you. Good. I would like to open the floor for a discussion on this motion. Are there any questions or comments? ASEP Switzerland, hands up high so I can see them.
Stefan.
I have also one technical comment. Please, APEF Portugal, also when you leave your spots, don't communicate too much with the other delegation. Thank you.
Stefan, ASEP Switzerland. I've got a clarification on why you phrase it like this. You say it's a voluntary donation of an additional fee. Why do you say fee? Fee doesn't sound very voluntarily, if you ask me.
Would anyone like to propose an improved wording to this motion in this case? BPSA UK?
Jenna, BPSA UK. If we just take out off an additional fee, then it would read okay.
Like this, correct? XX, would you agree to this? Can I see feedback from everyone? Dora, can I see your finger? I need you. Thank you. This is also accepted. Let's continue with the discussion. If anyone has extra comments. Irma, IFOL, Portugal.
Irma Gomes, IFFL, Portugal. My question goes in the sense of this voluntary donation, would it have like a fixed amount and people would tick in a box like, yes, I want to contribute with that one? Or would it be like, you can donate whichever amount you want? It's just out of curiosity. Thank you.
We are figuring out the logistics. We've had a long discussion on it. We did kind of agree that we would like to keep it flexible. However, this is only possible if the solution is feasible on its own. Otherwise, it's going to be a fixed fee. So we're trying to do our best in order to allow for flexibility. Lawrence?
Yeah, it's probably.
And then after the word fund.
This is what happened after copy and pasting. Can you?
Writing, just a second.
Yeah.
And voluntary donation at the time of paying the participation fee.
At the time? Is this correct?
Yes.
Thank you. XX? Can we just approve it as the wording? Does it change to the wording? Huh? Yeah. Good. Everyone? Okay. Are there any other questions or comments or improvements to the wording? Asap, you wanted to speak? Okay, ASAP Switzerland, followed by IPASF India.
Stefan, ASAP Switzerland. Do you already have something in mind on how you can ensure that this additional money is not spent on the event itself, but really goes into the development fund?
Okay, thank you. IPASF India.
Hello. Service tax to the government there. So when the 100 euros, so we need to pay again service tax to the government.
Definitely discuss. So it's a win-win-win situation. Whereas the motion is, if you can allow it. I think it's implied with voluntary donation to the
Adrian APH, voluntary donation to the participation fee of, does that change the intent?
Excuse me. Kind of a speaker from the back is just off and I can't really hear anything. So please slowly and loudly.
IPSF events and the executive committee to implement the opportunity to contribute to the IPSF development fund.
So in this case,
Ridiculous now. To implement the opportunity, it doesn't even make sense what you're contributing. Does that make sense? Can I mandate?
okay, the GA, just your informal feedback. Is this correct wording? We need to choose something. Okay. So I take it as it's okay, and then just approval from the executive committee for the wording as it is. Is everyone okay? It does not change the essence and the intent of the motion. Jason, thank you. I've seen everyone. So it is accepted. Now we can continue discussion on the essence of the motion. Would anyone like to comment even more on this one? Can I have your feedback? Okay. I see no further comments. Thereby, I'd like to close the floor for a discussion. EPSA?
Wait for the mic.
Microphone to EPSA.
Svetlana, EPSA president. We have this kind of voluntary donations in practice. I don't know if you want to hear how it actually works so that it is cleared. If you want me to give a comment or not. Yes, okay. So what we do is during registration, at the registration form, there is a checkbox. I wish to donate 10 euros to EPSA Support Fund. If the participant applying for the event checks the box, he gets the fee increased for the stated amounts of 10 euros and then pays it all together. So that is how it works. Just to give a comment how it works in practice. Thank you.
Thank you. I assume, as I see no hands up, there are no further comments, and thereby I would like to close the floor for a discussion on this motion, and we will now proceed to the voting. All those against this motion, please raise your voting cards up high. Any abstentions? This means that the motion has been carried unanimously. Thank you for these generous contributions to the wording. And then, as stated earlier, this would mark the end of today's GA session. Thereby, I would like to ask for a proposal to suspend the standing orders. I need a name tag from the table behind the KNPSV. FPSA Sudan, seconded by SPSA Slovakia. All those against suspending the standing orders, please raise your voting cards up high. Any abstentions? The standing orders have been suspended. Now we will perform the roll call, after which we will have announcements. So please keep paying attention after all of this. Angela.
Thank you. Scrutineers, are you ready? Please collect envelopes and voting cards. Thank you. We start with ASEPA Algeria, NAPSA Australia, CAPSI Canada, CPSA Croatia, CZPSA Czech Republic, SOP Denmark, EPSF Egypt, JETPSA Jordan delegated to EPSF Egypt, FIPSA Finland, ANEP France, BPHD Germany, GPSA Ghana, SAP South Africa delegated to GPSA Ghana, IPASF India, APS Japan, MIPSA Malaysia, KNPSV the Netherlands, YP Poland, APEF Portugal, KNEPS Republic of Korea, FASFA Romania, NAPSA Serbia, SPSA Slovakia, SCHSSFD Slovenia, FEF Spain, FPSA Sudan, SNAP Sweden, ASEP Switzerland, PSUT Thailand, ATEP Tunisia, TPAYC Turkey, BPSA United Kingdom, APHA ASP USA, and FERC of Costa Rica delegated to APHA ASP USA. Thank you. As requested earlier, we want to give you a little recap also on tomorrow's agenda. As you have seen, we moved quite far in the agenda. Still, there will be tomorrow the membership application of Ivory Coast be taken in the morning. After that, we hope to have the candidate for the Asia Pacific Regional Office chairperson online, which will be the second point. And then we will proceed with different agreements as they were distributed in the Congress folders. Also, there was recently added to the online folder the list of motions that have been presented to the General Assembly, or that have been approved by the General Assembly the last year. And we will go through those that have been achieved and have not been achieved during the last year. We also revised the list of working statements, which included some implementations to or some amendments to the official documents. So please make sure you are prepared for these external agreements for the list of motions as recently updated online. And on top, we are planning to show you the proposed changes to official documents, which also includes some preparation and some reading. So we stop a little earlier this evening, then we follow now with a voluntary session. Still, this is very much recommended, to the informal discussion on the changes to the official documents. And then we proceed with the auction night. Are there any questions? Any questions? A lot of homework to do for tonight. Please be prepared to do the report tomorrow. Still, we have to be flexible about the timing of this presentation. Is that okay? Thank you.